Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to SQ1. We are into our second semi-final. It's Absolved versus Split Raiders. I am Darksel. Joining me is Kerem for today's semi-finals.
Hello everyone, hope you all are doing well, and I hope that you all are excited to see who is going to be meeting Sparks in the finals of our SQ1 Championship and who is going to be joining Nuclear Storm Gaming in the battle for the third match happening next week.
Well, we do have a spicy best of five on our hands today. It is Absolved versus Split Raiders, as I said, and Absolved, they're coming off of a win in the Nordic League yesterday, but we are into Champions Select for our first game.
All right, so we don't even get a break. Dang, I
No, we don't even get to talk about anything anymore. Take our time,
we shouldn't be
it.
talking. We're just casters. We're here to enjoy it all. Okay, so I really want to just preface this draft with something that I wrote in my article. Yes, shilling out something. This best of five series is going to be very interesting in terms of what the teams are going to be actually playing. Split Raiders are a team that is very specific in their playstyle, which is that they like to snowball either mid or top lane. On the other hand, Absolved like to snowball basically everything with aggressive picks kind of everywhere. So what is going to be the name of the game for Split Raiders or Absolved? We'll have to see if Absolved can, or at least did prep a bit more in the week that they got off during the quarterfinals week.
Well, we already have a few bans coming through. Cassiopeia and Echo on the side of Absolved, and Nidalee, interesting ban. Don't really see Don't Ban Nida really picking up that pick, but the Rek'Sai is a good ban away from him.
Yeah, we haven't necessarily seen him on his kind of quote-unquote priority pick.
Really.
Yeah, signature pick, given that it's in his name. However, suppose it doesn't really matter. Rek'Sai was also banned out from the side of Split Raiders, though they do have the opportunity for the first pick, and we have seen Valia play it as well to great extent. Of course, the Echo was taken out from the hands of Absolved. Now, the bans are pretty much scattered throughout mid lane as well as jungle, focusing on the misfortune there by Absolved, so taking that one out of the bot lane. Now, Split Raiders, they can try and focus on the jungle first pick, however, instead it's going to be Rakan, which is rather peculiar given that you like to see the entire Lovers duo locked in the first rotation and not have it split up, which is something that Absolved can do.
I think it's equally as bizarre since we all know that Lagern does play the Xayah and likes to play it even without the Rakan paired up with it. I'd be kind of surprised if they locked in the Varus, but it looks like they're going Varus Morgana.
Alright, so a bot lane that can definitely try and go for an all-in. They don't have the shyest of poke potential either, so definitely a strong lane that you can contend with. This patch, of course, Varus got hit by an extra 20 second of a cooldown to his ultimate, I believe at level 1, so not the strongest that he has ever been, but still a pick to reckon with. Now, Karthus is a pick that we have seen in the beginning of the season. There was a meme of, I'm actually unsure if it was Velia, but some Karthus player in the jungle invaded at level 2 and got like a double kill out of that, so possibly if they can turn this late game pick into their advantage through an early game invade, that's something that they can try and do.
Well, I know that Velia has played Karthus during the regular season, so it is something that he feels quite comfortable on, and I'm pretty sure that they got a win when he did play that pick, so you can see that locked in. They will manage to get the Lovers duo for the bot lane, locking in that Xayah. And what you respond with to this Lovers duo or to this Karthus in terms of maybe your mid pick or jungle pick?
Alright, so far the Nocturne pick does make sense, given that you could try and just bully Karthus out very early on. Karthus is a jungler that relies on just farming and not doing basically anything outside of that. If you do lock yourself an early game jungler such as the Nocturne, you can get that early game impact in. However, Absolved do decide to prioritize the Ornn instead, probably fearing that Split Raiders would be able to ban it out here. Awaken, of course, is a big Ornn player, so it does make sense that they prioritized it this early on. However, this does open up Split Raiders to try and ban out more of Don't Ban Nidalee or Don't Ban Nida's champion pool, because securing this jungler matchup that you preluded to is incredibly important for Karthus.
It definitely is, and there's still a lot of early priority junglers left up. There's the Lee Sin, there's the Elise, all champions that are very popular in the current meta. But we'll be batting away that Vladimir, taken away from Emil Lol. Back when he was playing last year, he was known for that pick very much so. You just need to ban that away from him. So good to see that taken off the table, but prioritizing some top lane bans now, the Aurelia and the Darius away from Nazgul.
And it makes sense because this way, they are trying to secure a stable matchup for Ornn in that top lane. Nazgul is also a fabulous Aurelia player. He has displayed his proficiency on the champion last week in the quarterfinals against Lions Creed. And so this way, Absolved can now lock themselves a jungler, which wasn't targeted that much. So I would be expecting a Lee Sin to be locked in here. Instead, it's going to be a late game carry jungler locked in the Kindred. So Absolved, I assume they thought they need some late game guarantee for a form of team fighting, and so they get themselves the AD carry Kindred, or the AD carry, the jungle AD carry. No, that
Jungle
is
Varus.
Yes. Wasn't that a thing? Didn't people used to play?
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was.
Back when they changed jungle, I think they used to play Lethality Varus in the jungle, as well as Lethality Ezreal. Those were some great days.
But I do kind of like the Kindred as well, because Kindred has to invade into the enemy jungle for the marks anyway, and if you're against a Karthus, you want to go for those invades, try and put him behind. So while you're there, you might as well pick up some extra scaling power for your jungler, but they will lock in the solo laners now. Shambles picking up that Orianna and Nazgul onto this Fiora.
All right, so Fiora-Ornn matchup is something that we saw last week, where Fiora absolutely tore a new one to the Ornn. Of course, you cannot necessarily go in on her, given that she can just riposte anything that you try and throw at her. So the top lane jungle synergy is going to find a rather hard time in the top lane. So possibly we will be expecting Don Banita to, as you said, just invade and not really care about his lanes. Now, the last pick that Absolved saved for themselves was a counter pick to the mid lane that Shambles is going to be piloting an Orianna in, and they lock themselves a Zilean, which is a pick that doesn't necessarily allow Orianna to snowball out of, especially if you get Velia into that lane that doesn't really do anything. However, we can just expect a farming lane in the mid lane, unless we can possibly see some spicy mid lane jungle synergy coming from the Absolved line.
Yeah, it's much more likely to come from Don't Ban Nida and Emil Lol. I'm not really expecting Via to really do anything in terms of lane ganking. It's, as you said earlier, you really just want to farm up, get that level 6, and then just start using the Requiems to actually have an impact on the map, get your Dark Harvest stacks up, and actually start to really get an impact globally.
Yeah. And so this is a relatively kind of stable mid lane and jungle, as both of the sides want to farm up. Of course, as we said, Absolved do have the priority in the Zilean lockdown that he can assist the Kindred with. Top lane is likely going to be just Nazgul's show, trying to bully out Awaken as much as he can, and it's going to be Awaken's turn to just soak up all this damage, soak up this pressure, and allow Don Bandita to get into that kind of mid-game spike for the Kindred. And so most of this action is going to actually happen in that bot lane. Now, on the Split Raiders did get themselves the Lovers Duo, which is one of the strongest bot lane synergies in the game because, you know, they were designed to be. However, playing into a Morgana does make it a bit more tricky for Bonakai to really do anything. Given that person can just Black Shield anyone who Rakan is on top of, and that Black Shield can extend further on the Blade Caller of Xayah, it's going to be incredibly difficult for this bot lane of Split Raiders to actually lock someone down and kill them. On the other hand, once Absolved hit level 6 in the bot lane, Varus can lock anyone down instantly with the Chains of Corruption, and Morgana can follow up. So pre-level 6, likely not much going to happen, but after that, we have to keep our eyes peeled on bot lane because that is where the kills are going to be coming through.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very bloodthirsty in the bottom side. And another reason why I'm kind of skeptical of the early lock-in of the Rakan is because they can just respond with that Morgana. And since Rakan is so telegraphed in how he moves, so much easier to land the Dark Binding. And even if you don't hit the Dark Binding, as you said, you have the Varus ultimate, then you have your ultimate on Person as well. So there's so much CC in that bottom side. And you don't really have a ganking jungler either, so if Don't Ban Nida decides to pay a visit into the bottom lane, it could be a 3 versus 2 that you really can't match.
Yeah, and it is a curious draft from Split Raiders. I remember watching one of their games last week, and in the first game against Lionsgate, they also prioritized Caitlyn. It was like second pick before not knowing what it was actually going into, so the draft might be an issue for Split Raiders that we just haven't necessarily focused on that much more. It will become possibly more or less prevalent as we go in the best of 5 series. Of course, this is just the first game in our semifinals, and I would dare say if I don't normally rank drafts, but Absolved do have a better way of snowballing. And given that we are in a meta which we are in, with the Cloud Soul, with the rather potent Baron buff, with the double Rift Herald, if Absolved do manage to get a snowball going in the bot lane, I fear that Split Raiders are just not going to have an answer to it.
But which team has the better scaling team comp? Because you have those Ornn items, which will come online later on in the game. You'll have Emil Lol, which will just get the double bombs and just pop someone's health bar from 100 to 0. But then on the other side, you have Fiora, insane late game scaling, Xayah Rakan, always going to be really good. Then you have the Orianna as well.
I think that when you look at these compositions, you would instantly think, okay, Split Raiders, they have a Fiora, they have a Karthus, they have a Xayah and Orianna. That is a lot of damage, and that's true. However, they don't have kind of any engage past Rakan. On the other side, you have Absolved with an Ornn, and you don't have a Braum which could counter the Ornn Horn. So outside of the Fiora, everyone is vulnerable to that big, powerful teamfight ultimate. And it's also going to depend on what Lagger decides to itemize into. Is he going to be playing a lethality virus, or a regular crit virus, or an on-hit virus? But all of these options are kind of open to him. However, if he decides to spec into the crit build, he is going to be a very potent late game carry as well. And at that point, I think Absolved are just going to have an easier teamfighting game, just to go for the back and forth team fight to try and whittle Split Raiders down, who don't have the same team fighting strength. However, on the other side, they of course do have a Fiora on Nazgul. And if that guy gets off the chains, he's getting very deadly.
Especially if you can go for the split push, which is kind of, you know, what Split Raiders really means. Split Raiders, split push, Fiora in the side lane, which Awaken can't really match. You have to send 2-3 members to that side lane. We are going to be getting into the game in just a couple of seconds, but I still think that Fiora is going to be a bit of a question mark for Absolved, something that they might really be able to match.
And I think the snowball that can be achieved on Fiora isn't likely going to be coming through ganks, as you cannot necessarily lock the Ornn down with a Fiora. Instead, we're going to be expecting Nazgul to just freeze the lane from the Ornn and just get as many creeps as possible, denying him as many as possible. Once again, the top side quadrant of the map, I expected it to be very bloody. Instead, all of the sides go for the late game scaling. So likely not much action is actually going to be happening there, but you're definitely right. If this Fiora gets into late game, she is going to require so many resources from the Absolved team to kind of just lock her down for a second, and that can turn into a big problem for Absolved.
We are straight into a pause. EU production.
It would not be an SQ1 stream if we didn't get at least a single pause. I'm happy that we get it off our chest in the first game. I mean,
now you've just you've jinxed it, so we're gonna get one for each of our games. Yes.
I mean, at least the players can get ready, just breathe in, breathe out. This is a very important game for them, of course, to remind the viewers we are playing for the spot in the finals, where the winning team will be meeting Sparks Esports, who have had a good showing yesterday, against NSG, which I didn't expect. I'll be quite frank.
At least the ending was spicy.
Oh, it was. The top vote. Oh man, the Expecka. You always love it. You always love it.
It's not quite the Master Yi attempt, but
yeah, I mean, you can't have everything in life, right? You have to settle for the small things.
But we are on to the ref for our first game of the Specified between Absolved and Split Raiders. Kindred already putting the mark down onto Veya, as they're looking for a level 1, going towards the top side. Might be able to find Awaken.
Yeah, if he isn't cautious. He will spot them out here and will likely be able to make a getaway unless Bonakai overcommits to it with a flash W. Not going to happen, at least just yet.
No, not yet. Don't want to blow the flash at level 1 and be unsure if you can get.
That's very individual. We do have players who like to overcommit very quickly. Bonakai is actually one of them. Last week, when Split Raiders were playing against Lions Greed, he was kind of the weaker side of the map, if I can call it that way. He likes to go for aggressive deep wards, and sometimes it leads to him not reading the map situation properly and just face checking a brush where there is a jungler, mid laner, and possibly someone else standing. So if he is going to have those moments in this game, it's going to make the situation so much harder for Split Raiders because they're playing the creme de la crop in Absolved. This is the best of the best that we have in this league, and any mistake will be punished severely.
Definitely will, and they're coming off of a win in the Nordic League as well, a reverse sweep yesterday. So they might have that bit of momentum to them, that bit more self-confidence in their ability to take these wins, and that definitely can turn the tide if they're starting to get behind.
Yeah, and we can expect possibly the aggressive mindset that you're talking about, kind of stemming from this self-confidence that the Absolved lineup has. It's a double-edged sword, confidence in a team environment sometimes. There have been examples of the confidence going kind of unchecked for too far. Hopefully it's not going to be the case for Absolved here today as the trading commences and the quote-unquote boring stages of the game commences.
Yeah, it's just going to be a farm fest for the first few minutes of this game at least, but Zillion will get down a little bit of vision as well as Shambles. Both junglers make their way towards the bottom side quadrants of their own jungle. Kind of expecting Dopanetta just to farm up a little bit more. He is just a tad behind Veya here, but it is a little bit of an easier clear for the Karthus.
Yeah, he does have one of the most efficient clears in the game. That's why he was picked up originally into the jungler position. Of course, Karthus is a champion that used to be played primarily in the mid lane and top lane, and then he was slotted in the jungler role. In the EU, it was piloted predominantly by Xerxes, and then it was picked up by the rest. That is some League of Legends trivia for you with Karim. And outside of junglers, I was talking about the Varus and what items he is going to be slotting into, and I think we can kind of expect him to be going more for the either on-hit or the lethality from his runes. He does have the Arcane Comet, and I would expect if he were going late-game Varus, he would be picking something like a Lethal Tempo.
Well, they've caught out Dopanetta, getting the Skittles down, just dodging, ducking, diving, but Rehan is there, goes forward, will not manage to find the knock-up of Shambles, taking a lot of damage from Emil here. Neither has a huge amount of mana to their name. We'll get a bomb down, so Shambles kind of has to walk away.
Alright, so good aggression there from Split Raiders. Of course, they don't actually give anything up from the bot lane, which is curious, given the Bonakai's roam into mid lane as Dopanetta is sitting around the mid lane.
Yeah, but the Skittles are doing a lot of damage. Emil has no mana. First blood to Veya. He will go down, give up his life. This could be a double kill, though. He flashes away from the Skittles, finds it, the double kill for Nida.
Skittles not enough to take down Banetta's life, and it seems great that Karthus managed to get that first blood to his name. You talked about it, getting those Dark Harvest stacks early on, scaling into the late game monster that is Karthus, but giving the first mark as well as a double kill to Kindred will more than likely compensate for that, as Kindred is now off to a fabulous start.
It is a great start for him, and he can invade now into the jungle if he so desires. But Karthus already back up on the map. Very low cooldown on that death timer in this early stage, but looks like they're going to fly over this Rift Skull as the Wall of Pain is thrown down. Didn't see who quite picked it up. It looked like it was the Karthus, actually, as Dopanetta will go down to the Skittles, gets a knock up in the bottom lane. The Rakan looking for the damage, but we'll have to dodge away.
Alright, Scrappy Skirmishes is the name of the game as Shambles follows Emil.
Yeah, one more auto attack. We'll just throw out the ball and find the kill.
Oh, so a lot of fighting happening in the first 5 minutes of this game, which is not something that we expected at all, and it results from Dopanetta getting caught out in the jungle, in the top side. Emil likely followed. I'm genuinely unsure of how Emil got caught out. However, the kill does go over to Shambles, and so the situation in the mid lane might result into something worse for the Zillion. If Orianna gets herself fed, we all know how oppressive she can be.
Can't quite save himself if he doesn't have his ultimate available, but they're going to zone away the Electric God in the bottom lane. He takes a lot of poke here. He's already behind by more than 2 waves of CS. With that exhaust to his name, can't really use it to really get some sustain in the lane. Needs to use it to kind of go a little bit more aggressive than normal, but yeah, will be spotted out by Control Ward in the middle lane as Kindred makes his way towards this Dragon Pit. Varus rotating over as well. The dash over the wall. Skills goes down. Vaya, yeah, just gonna be taken out by the piercing arrow.
And there's just so much damage on the Varus this early on. He is very mana hungry, but the spells are so worth it. So far, he's managed to just get so much poke damage down in the bot lane. He moves to the Dragon Pit, assists on Bandita in his first kill, in Varus' first kill. And so, situation is just changing by the minute as Absolved
goes forward, good Black Shield.
It seems, and this is a once again tree effect. I'm gonna shut up as Electric God.
It's good binding, but gonna go aggressive here with the W from the Electric God. Finds a lot of damage onto Lagern. He flashes forward, gets the exhaust, gets the flash out of Lagern as well. Requiem has to heal. It's not. Ooh, double kill. I was gonna say it doesn't seem like it would be enough damage, but even through the heal.
Okay. This game is already developing so different than we expected it to. I genuinely didn't expect Velia to be hitting the level 6 this early on. Of course, he does have 10 CS lead on Don't Ban Nita, but still, getting the Requiem so early on means that Electric God was able to go super aggressive on the bot lane of Absolved, and then Velia was able to just take away the easy double kill with the Requiem.
And it's starting to look not so good for Absolved there. 1,000 gold behind now that they've started to farm up a little bit. Lagern a little bit ahead in this bottom lane, but he needs to be a hard carry for the team when Emil. He's not really doing very much of anything in this middle lane. He's 0-2, he's down by 2 waves, and Awaken's just going to be solo killed here. Gets the knock-up with the Call of the Forge God, gets the flash away, but have to feel he'll be going down, but Nazgul gets the flash out to safety as well. Don't ban Nita in the right place at the right time to save the top lane.
Yeah, great gang there from Don Bandita, making sure that Awaken is able to survive and that he can go back without losing anything. Of course, denying the freeze away from Fiora is incredibly important, as now Awaken does have a 10 CS lead on the Fiora. Of course, it's going to change just because the wave has hit that turret. But there's just so much fighting going on, and I'm not sure if this is what the teams really meant to be doing, or if they are just so aggressive and so confident that they just see a play and they immediately take it.
Shockwave gonna miss there, but will be responded to by the double bomb. Shambles taking a bit of damage. But speaking to that, I'm not sure if it's by design or just because they're seeing how aggressive the enemy is playing, so they're like, you know what? You're playing aggressive, so we can play aggressively too.
And it is something that both of these teams are very adept in, so possibly the instincts of their early game picks presiding over as Don Bandita is chasing Shambles.
Yep, he's gonna try to walk his way away. He has the flash available if he needs to use it. Flash forward from Don Bandita. He should be going down here. Will not be able to get away from the chain. So you see Vaya nearby. Bonakai making his way over as well, but Don Bandita should be able to get himself away.
And Shambles is saving his flash possibly for the finals, as Electric God might die here.
Oh, he definitely will die there. Burning down with the Ignite. You cannot Blade Storm, Feather Storm, the ultimate from Person on this Morgana. And without the flash, you are just a sitting duck.
Or the sitting pigeon, in this case.
But they're gonna go aggressive yet again. The quickness is channeled, but the Black Shield goes down onto Lagern. Out comes the Grand Duelist Challenge as Nazgul picks up the first kill of the fight. They're gonna try and trade it back with the TP from Awaken. Don't ban Neta picks up his 4th kill.
Alright, Velia does not get that kill, so the jungle situation now splits or sways to the advantage of Absolved, as Don Bandita, he has been everywhere this game. His map presence is so felt in the lineup of Split Raiders, as they can't do anything. There's no gank that has happened where Don Bandita weren't. And so he is pretty much the big foundation stone that is allowing Absolve not to fall too terribly hard, as he holds 4 kills out of the 6 that Absolve have managed to accumulate.
And Emil Lal now making his way towards the top side, gonna try and cull this wave, so Veya can't get much more done up here, any more tower plates to his name. Can just put a little bit of pressure on the wave with the double bombs, but gold has evened up, the kills have evened up, but so far it is Absolved that have taken the first tower, so they do get a little bit of additional map pressure there. But what does it really give them?
Alright, so the extra map pressure, I don't see a Herald, and I might be blind or have the memory of a goldfish, but I don't remember. Oh, no, never mind, it was popped in the bot lane. Yes, I'm sorry. So the map pressure didn't necessarily evolve into much more than the bot lane outer turret. However, the fact that you do take that turret so early on allows you for much easier Drake control, which is now what they're trying to achieve as Nazgul goes in.
Yeah, Emil Lal has the flash available, will choose not to use it, pops the ultimate. We'll be able to riposte the secondary bomb there, as Ocean Drake gets picked up by the rest of his team. It's good use of ultimate, good patience to not use his flash.
And it is just so frustrating. I am a mid lane player, and I do like to play some assassins, like an Akali, say. And it's always so frustrating just jumping at a Zillion when he has his ult up, because you can't do anything, as Ornn has his ult up.
Yep, Call of the Forge God, Shockwave will pull one in, but he is dead to rights. Don't bend it. Now 5, 2, and 1. He is everywhere on the map, making sure his presence is felt as Emil Lal goes towards the top side. Just gonna use the bombs onto the wave, but Veya is nearby. Gonna tower dive. This Grandiose challenge is executed. Emil Lal doesn't have his ultimate, will flash away, but he is hit in the face with a skill.
Oh, however, Nazgul does fall down, so possibly a worth trade for the Split Raiders, and now 5 kills on Karthus. Bonakai goes in.
Yep, Lagern has to flash away, but Person throws out the Dark Binding as the Feather Storm is used. Bonakai will manage to get away with his life. Did have to burn the flash to do it, but tier 2 tower in the bottom lane is a good trade.
Yeah, so far Absolve, their trading objective for a couple of kills so far, which isn't the worst trade. And we have said that Don Bandita, he has been everywhere this game. However, look at Veya. He hasn't necessarily been putting down as much pressure in terms of kills, but he is 50 CS up on his jungling counterpart. So right now, I would actually say that Karthus is going to be much stronger than the Kindred. However, we can't necessarily check the marks that Kindred has, so it'll be something to pay attention to. Of course, for those who don't know what Kindred does with her marks, she gets extra attack range and extra attack speed. Alright, I'm being told that she has 3 marks, and if I am not mistaken, it takes 4 for her to upgrade some of her basic stats.
The first one takes 4, and then it's 3 for the rest.
Yes, so still scaling. However, right now, Veya is looking to be the difference maker for Split Raiders in the terms of kind of scaling or outscaling their opponents. You ask me who is going to be the better scaling team, and I would still say Absolve. However, that is without counting in the fact that Veya is kind of scaling a bit too fast for Absolve to handle it, because the Requiem always just does so much damage that Split Raiders can keep on fighting these skirmishes and always come out on top.
I mean, you always have the Black Shield from Person, and you have the Lamb's Respite from Don't Ban Nita, but that's 2 members of your team that you can potentially save. You can definitely save like 1 or more with the Kindred ult, but the Black Shield against a really fed Karthus will do almost nothing, because it just gives you maybe 100, 200 shield, and then if you have maybe 1,000 damage Requiem, that's not really going to do much.
Yeah, and often what happens when you have a Karthus playing against a Kindred is that your team provokes a skirmish and you try and bait out the Lamb's Respite, because after that there is no way that, or often there is no way that the opposing team can do anything to stop the Requiem, so possibly something that we can expect to happen, as there is some quiet right now. Relative quiet, I say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we expected such a quiet game, and we haven't got it, but you know what? I'm still happy about how it's turning out. Okay.
Yeah, but he's going underneath the tower. We'll have to pop his ultimate.
Okay.
That is just sad.
Yeah. The thing is, I believe that the exhaust doesn't actually work on you if you put it onto Zillion and the bomb explodes after the exhaust has gone off, so it wasn't really worth too much in that situation, unfortunately. Electric God does overextend under his own turret, which is just sad, honestly, but
Going for the engage with the quickness there as the Dark Binder connects, but Shambles picks up the kill onto Lagger, and Person will manage to get himself away, but trading back some kills here and there, picked up kind of a shutdown, I guess, onto Lagger, but it doesn't really get them any pressure onto the map as the double bomb connects onto two members there. The Call of Forge God will come out as well. Who will it connect onto? Will almost snipe Bonakai, but Paris picks up the kill with the tick of the Ignite. Kindred picks up another kill as the Rec Room is going to be channeled. Yeah, not enough damage just yet. It does a decent amount of damage, but not enough to pick up a kill. STR get a lot of damage onto his tower on the bottom side, but we'll manage to get away.
Yeah, it does so much damage, Requiem, already, and it's only going to be getting worse as Herald is now popped in the mid lane. The lineup of Absolved do stay away from the mid lane for now, will only leave Shelly to tend to that outer turret, and instead they focus their eyes on the Cloud Drake. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a Cloud Soul in play this game, which is going to be still beneficial for Absolved, but it isn't, at least in my opinion, the most beneficial of all of the souls that you can possibly get. 3 more minutes till the Baron buff. So far, the objectives that both these teams are taking aren't necessarily too crucial, but they're setting up for the big one, for the Baron, for the Cloud Soul, and if we move further into the game, also for the inhibitors.
I think that in some ways this Cloud Soul will be very beneficial for Absolved, not only because of the additional movement speed from the individual Cloud Drakes, but it's really good to have the additional cooldown for Emil Lol's ultimate. Actually, that's one I didn't even mention earlier on, which can save someone. I don't know how I completely ignored a Zillion ult for saving someone from the Requiem, but I'm sure Twitch chat is flaming me in some way, shape, or form.
That's true, though. Wait, so I believe that at the 3rd level, Zillion ult has like a ridiculously low cooldown of like 30 seconds if you build 40% cooldown reduction, and my neighbors are starting to mow the lawn. That's amazing. But if you pair it up with the extra cooldown reduction that you'll get from the Soul, that means that Zillion can potentially get 2 ults off in a single team fight.
7 seconds, maybe. Yeah.
Oh that's
and then you have Lamb's Respite, you have Black Shield from the Morgana, and you haven't yet to build any Ornn items for the additional power spike. So Absolved are looking pretty decent at this point, and not just for their 2,500 gold lead. Their team comp is actually looking at pretty decent as well, and it actually is that Lethality Varus that we're kind of expecting in the draft. And expecting with that Comet as well. And it kind of plays to the playstyle that they've been executing throughout the game so far, is just poke, poke, poke in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and it's been working wonders this game. We are 90 minutes in, and Xayah hasn't even been able to finish her Essence Reaver first item.
Yeah.
Which just goes to show how much oppression the Electric God has to deal with it. He's now stuck under his outer turret in the top lane.
Doing it again and again, but don't ban it. Oh, it's a beautiful flash! Featherstorm just does nothing to save him. Bonakai should be going down here as well. One more auto attack finishes him off for the double kill. Can't get the root with the blade color even, and it was just down to a beautiful flash as Varus is aggressed on by the Orianna that we didn't get to see because we want to see Veya taking the blue buff.
I mean, it's important, of course, knowing that Velia is doing something productive with his time on this Karthus. He's been farming up this entire game thus far, and he is very he's very happy with keeping on doing that. However, he won't be able to farm forever, and so now he's pairing up with Nazgul to try and take down Wig.
And I have to assume that he will be going down here. A lot of damage from Nazgul, but in comes Emil. He has his ultimate available. He can put it down onto Awaken, and he will. He'll trade a lot of damage back onto Nazgul, though. Goes golden just by a little bit of space. Don't ban Minda. Picks up his 9th kill of the game. Shambles is just trying to limp his way away. Going to get a decent amount of damage back down onto Emil Lal, though. He doesn't have his ultimate available. We'll have to try and get the Clockwork Wind up to try and get to safety.
Right.
But look at the Requiem. So much damage. The Lamb's Respite is good, though. Bea gonna try and find the damage with the skills. Will pop him in the face. Laggern on the wrong side of the rift now. Bea gonna try and walk him down. As the Rakan off to the side.
Yeah, if Flagger spots this Rakan, he is likely able to just one-shot him with all of his abilities, so Bonakai does have to play a bit carefully. But once again, this is the scrappy fights that we're seeing time and time again. Bonakai goes in.
It goes in. Will not go down, though. Good teleport. Look at the Karthus damage with the Skittles. That's just Baron. Apparently.
We're past 20 minutes in. 3 members are dead on the side of Absolved, no jungler to speak of, and Don Banita is going to be taking so much time to get his rear over to the Baron pit, as Emil has to do something, has to try and burst someone down.
Decent damage onto Electric God, though. Baron will take him out, paired up with the Zillion damage. Person is caught out, but Awaken will try and play Gatekeeper, finding a lot of damage onto Shambles. He flashes forward. Person one auto attack away from going down, knocked up by the Rakan, but the Rakan gives up his life for it. Good Zillion ultimate will keep Emil Lal alive, as the Call of Forge God will manage to connect. They have vision with its control ward. Nazgul gonna try and get his way away. Good to get the Q over the wall, as Nazgul will just be hit by this really fed Kindred, and that might spell the Baron for Absolved now.
And I thought that it was in Split Raiders' hands, but Emil, he just comes in, kills Electric God, buys enough time for the rest of his lineup to arrive. Like is now hunting Velia, by the way.
Nothing he can do. He's just dead.
Is he?
Give it to Awaken? Okay.
No, he'll take it.
They're just playing with them.
Yeah, and kind of one issue that Split Raiders ran their heads straight into was the fact that they do not have a dedicated tank.
Yeah.
When Electric God died, there were 3 members near the Baron. It was Varus. By the way, this is very tense if Emil goes down.
They had ultimate, it's fine.
Yeah, they had a Fiora, they had Karthus, and they had an Orianna. And when the Fiora peeled off of the Baron, it was up to Velia to try and tank all of the Baron hits. And sure, Karthus has so much consistent damage to these objectives, but he cannot do anything when it starts to focus him. And so Split Raiders weren't able to do anything to try and take this Baron down, which gives it over to Absolve, which also leads to them having the Cloud Soul. And at this point, Absolved are on a roll.
And not having that dedicated tank as well gave Laggern the freedom to go this Lethality Varus, to be this poke-heavy bot lane that has been working out for them all game long. A Magi Soul Stealer picked up from Emil, and even if you look at the difference between these two teams, the almost 5,000 gold lead, 4,500 gold lead, most of that is in the AD carry position. You're 3 items to 1.5. Electric God is completely out of this game, even with that exhaust. And Dope Badnida used the Lamb's Respite just to buy a little bit of space, knocked over the wall with the Blast Plan. It is a good ultimate from the Zillion to keep the jungler alive. Gonna try and find the damage back onto the Fiora. Will manage to find it. Laggern picks up that kill as Vega has to try and get himself away. He flashes over the wall, but he is going to go down, baby, downtown. Double kill for the Varus. They're looking for more here as Electric God gets the exhaust onto the Varus, but he has so much damage right now, he has to flash away, even paying respect to the Electric God. Emil is on the flank, though, might be able to find the kill as the Dark Binding.
Oh, no.
Good ultimate from Electric God, keeps himself alive, but one has to feel he's going to go down, flash over the wall. We'll try and donate it over, but he gets the kill with a long range auto attack. And Awaken, he's still pushing in the top side. That was a 4v4.
That was a 4v4, and Split Raiders just come out on the bottom. Once again, Absolved have so many ways to survive all of the attempts that the Split Raiders are throwing at them and just trying to assassinate a single member. You have the Zillion ult, you have the Kindred ult, you cannot kill anyone. And throughout that entire fight, Velia kept his Requiem up, so there wasn't enough damage to go around. You have to have at least one big Requiem pop off right now, or you're just going to slowly lose the game as Absolved whittle away on the inhibitors.
Rakan tried to find a play there as the shockwave goes down onto Emil, but he gave up his life. Dom Bandita playing frontline jungler right now, even on the AD carry Kindred. The Requiem
There we go.
will do a decent amount of damage, but not going to find a kill onto anyone. But Nazgul looking for a way in. No dedicated tank, as we have mentioned before. They're just going to grab the inhib but back away.
That was actually less damage than I anticipated from that Requiem. I'll be quite honest. Now, we're seeing the gold graph, and we saw that, as you said, in the bot lane there is such a big discrepancy, but all of the gold essentially is sitting on the junglers. 14,000 on Don Banita and almost 13,000 on Velia. These guys are having a great game. However, Don Banita is just having such an easier composition to play around and to just try and counter whatever Velia tries to do with his Requiem, with the damage that he tries to output. And so, Absolved have been finding successes thanks to that as well.
And this is kind of how, in some ways, we expected this matchup to go. Because Absolved is one of our top teams. And Split Raiders, in the 2 games in the regular season that they played against Absolved, they lost both of them. So... yeah. Are we expecting for this to go to just 3 games, or do we think that Split Raiders will be able to strike back, pick up a win, maybe even 2 to take it to game 4 or 5?
I think we still can expect a heavy competition to be coming from Split Raiders, just because this is not their style that they are used to. Sure, they still have Nazgul on a split, on a splitter, on a carry in the top lane, but you put Shambles on an Orianna, and it doesn't necessarily bear that much fruit, and you give Velia a late game carry as well. You try to get it into late game just with damage without actually securing a safe composition for it, and it kind of bit them in the rear. Now, we have to see if this is a draft issue that they can overcome, or if Absolved are just going to lock them out of their desired kind of compositions every single time. If they do, I think we can expect a quick 3-0.
They're going to try and close this one game out first. We don't have the wave clear available to them as he goes in with the quickness, finds a shockwave onto 3, but what will he give them as Call of Forge God comes out? Bonakai will just be cut down. They find a kill onto Shambles now. He just buys a little bit of space. Oh, he manages to get away with a flash. Bandita quite low as well as Wicked Emil. Lol goes forward. Electrigon manages to find 2, but he will go down himself. Veya will soon follow. One has to assume Lagern finding so much damage to the Sills will be thrown out. Nazgul manages to find the double kill in the team fight. Only the AD carry available for Absolved. It is a 4 for 4. Lagern, decent amount of damage, but not sure he can really fight the Fiora right now. Ooh, good riposte.
And it still goes even for Split Raiders. So they're still in this.
It's good.
Yes.
What they're 8,000 goal behind.
Yeah, I mean, this was the ideal team fight. Shambles got like a 4-man ultimate. They managed to lock down Ornn for long enough that he wasn't able to utilize the Ornn Horn effectively. And you have to keep on doing this, because if you make one mistake in these team fights, if you leave Ornn unattended, if you don't get a good shockwave as the Orianna, if the Fiora doesn't manage to get a good flank on a carry, you're immediately going to lose. So this was a great team fight by Split Raiders, and it yielded them losing an inhibitor turret. So I'm unsure. I really am unsure if they can win a full 5v5 team fight. However, if they give up this Elder Drake, my hopes for them are going to turn even slimmer.
Silver lining for that fight is you halved the stacks for Emil Lol's Majai's Soul Stealer, but Shambles is already zoned out by the Varus solo there. As they started off on this Elder Drake, Veya looking for an opening, but Bandita goes forward. Quickness is good. Knock up onto 2. They find the opening in the fight that they want, but look at the damage being thrown back in their faces. It's also coming through from Emil Lol. Actually, yeah, it did come through, but the Requiem does so much damage right now. But not quite enough to turn the team fight around. Have to back away. Do you give up this Elder Drake? Shambles, the only one there to try and contest.
And finding picks is definitely something that Split Raiders can look at right now. Dunbanita definitely kind of stepped out of his line, and as a result was gunned down immediately by Bonakai, followed up by the rest of his teammates. However, if the lineup of Absolved do not make that mistake, you kind of have to probe them. You have to try and poke them down, but how are you going to poke them when Varus is going to be doing the same to you? This guy does so much damage with every single Q, with every single ability, that it is impossible to try and poke him down, and as a result, you're forced to ram yourself headfirst into them, and you are relying on Absolved to actually make a mistake like they did there with Don Banita, which luckily for Absolved did not result into any major objectives for Split Raiders.
And you also have the Orin items starting to come online as well. The Molten Edge for Don't Ban Nitty of the Yoma's Ghostblade upgrade as well as this Elder Drake down to half already. Where's the Karthus? He's over the wall now. Can he steal it away? No, it goes over to Absolved, but can they take the fight as the Lamas Respite goes down? Awaken in the backline, he goes very low. The Lamas Respite is good. The healing is immense here as the double kill comes through for the Varus. That's the triple kill for Don't Ban Netted. They're just going to teleport into the base and finish this one off. 22 stacks on the Magias for Emil Lol 2. That is the first game going over to Absolved.
Yeah, that was not a really desperation fight, but that was a needed fight. Split Raiders had to contest Absolved there, because else they would die without a fight. They went for it. They got 2 kills, I believe, out of it, or just one on Awaken. Possibly just one, but they still at least try to do something, which is good to see them in the spirit. They do lose the first game to Absolved, who control it in a rather domineering fashion, and we can only hope for Split Raiders that this isn't going to be the tone for the entire series, and that they can kind of shake this off and change their draft for the second game.
Yeah, I think it was almost wholly into the draft because they played against Absolved in this game with a confident sort of fashion, and when they didn't have anyone really to engage apart from the Rakan, he goes in and then he gets blown up almost immediately, and then the Black Shield is onto the carry. You can't knock up the carry or CC him enough for your carry to take him out, and you give up your life either way when you go in, so you need to get a 1-for-1 minimum, and you just couldn't really find it most of the time. But what do you do to change up your draft? You need a carry top laner, you need a carry mid laner, you need a good AD carry for Electric God. Do you just go full tank for your jungler, or do you go tank support? You need someone to engage.
I think that we could expect the tank support that you're talking about. I believe that Bonakai is a Maokai player as well as a Nautilus player. Make sure that you have at least a stable front line. And this is going to sound outrageous because he was the guy that dealt the most damage, but don't put Valia on a Karthus. He wasn't able to influence this game despite possibly dealing the most damage out of his entire lineup, just because he didn't have lanes to play around. And if you give him an early game jungler, something like a Rek'Sai, possibly Echo, he excelled on that. That even is better than a Karthus in the early game. Make sure that he can have more of an impact, and make sure that he can kind of babysit these lanes and force Don Banita out of the absolute control that he had over this game.
Well, we saw the Rek'Sai being taken off the board, the Sejuani as well, the Echo taken off the board from Absolved, but you have the likes of, I had one specific champion that I wanted to mention, Olaf, that's the one. We have Olaf still on the board, and that's one that Absolved like to take for themselves usually, so it's usually banned away from them. Do you put Vea on the Olaf?
Ooh.
It's an early game too.
In this case, I would actually like it. However, I wouldn't first pick Olaf just because Don Banita doesn't have to.
Just your first pick.
Oh yeah, but you can't pick Olaf for Velia. And make sure that he just kind of invades Don Banita all the time. We saw that Nazgul was able to have pressure on Awaken, so if you have the same matchup, you can get top lane pressure, possibly in the bot lane. Likely not going to happen, because of course we saw how Electro got fared into the poke lane of Liger and Person. However, all of this, something needs to change, because else they're just going to keep on ramming themselves against the wall that Absolved are proving to be.
Well, hopefully they will put Bonakai on one of his tanky supports. We have seen him on the Taric, we've seen him on the Leona and the Braum as well during the regular season. So it's not like he doesn't play them, but we're going to go to a quick break before we bring you game 2 in this best of 5.
let you go, never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give you up. I'm never gonna let you go, never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Gonna give, never gonna give.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get into our draft for our second game. So, Karam, tank bot lane? Yes? No?
Tank bot lane, yes. I feel like that can be the main course of action that Split Raiders will take in this second game draft, if there is something that they can change. Of course, we kind of preluded to it at the end of last game, putting Valia on a carry jungler that has more impact in the early game can also be something that Split Raiders change up. However, at the end of all these changes, I'm kind of expecting Absolved to already have an answer, as last time it seemed that they did have answer to everything that Split Raiders tried to pull out.
Yeah, they seem to be more well-rounded in their drafting than Split Raiders have been, at least throughout the regular season. I think that holds up, that statement in general. But I would like to see Split Raiders come out with at least one win in this best of 5, because they have shown sparks of brilliance throughout the regular season. They've done relatively well in the league as a whole, but they have lost to all of our top teams, which kind of makes me worry for this best of 5.
Yeah, they really were kind of the middle of the pack team, simply because they would stomp over anyone who was below them and then struggle against the teams above them. Regardless of that, Split Riders managed to get a really good win record. Moving into this game, they have a 3-week long win streak where they beat also teams like NSG. So it still speaks to their strengths as we now enter the second game pick and ban phase.
Zillion, take it off the board. Do not want to see Emil on that pick in particular because it was kind of a thorn in their side in that last game. Something, for a little bit more survivability, but we'll be taking away the Rek'Sai as well. And we saw Don't Ban Nita in the chat saying, if you do not ban Nita this game, I will spear you down.
All right, so some flame happening in the Twitch chat. This is not something that you see very often happening between the teams in Twitch chat.
Yeah,
but
between
I'm glad...
the games.
Yeah, right. But it doesn't necessarily happen too often. So I'm glad to hear that. If it's just go for Nidalee first pick, straight up. Just full balls out, dude. Just go for it, dude.
We'll see where Absolved decide to put that priority. Do they go for that first pick, Nidalee? Do they go for something a little bit more conventional?
All right,
like
yeah.
It will be the Callista. Is that solo lane Callista? Is that Lagern Callista?
Ooh, so I'm actually thinking it could technically be a two-way flex pick between mid lane and bot lane.
Or top lane, we have seen it.
Yeah, we have seen it in top lane. However, I'm unsure if it's Awaken's kind of playstyle. This guy likes to play more split pushers and tanks, as we have seen last game. So I do think that it's a flex pick between mid lane and bot lane. So a good champion to open it all up with, and it's the early game aggression that I kind of preluded to in Absolved's lineup. Just when you look at their OPGs and the way that they have played in the past.
Well, that is no tanky bottom lane support for Bonakai. Is the Lulu, but okay, yep, they just pick up the Nidas. He's gonna spear them down, hopefully.
I mean, it does make sense when I said that Split Riders are looking for something in the jungle for the early game. They pick up the Nidalee, something that can affect the game very much so in the first 20 minutes until she kind of falls off for her team. Karthus was also hovered by the Absolved lineups. Instead, it's going to be a Taric heading into the Lulu. I feel like we might get a repeat, unless it's a Callista in the bot lane and Liger in person are just going to be running themselves into Electric God and Bonakai. And
yeah, I think it will be the Callista Taric. It's a pretty usual pairing in the bottom lane, and I think it's fine to actually show this in the first rotation of their pick ban. And there's the Olaf that we mentioned earlier on. So I think it's a well-rounded first 3 picks for Absolved. But what do you respond with for Split Raiders? What AD carry do you go?
Oh no, please don't pick Kog'Maw. Oh god.
What about Twitch? Twitch Lulu in the bottom lane. No, it's the Kog'Maw. Pugmaw or you lose. Pugmaw or you lose.
Oh my god, I am scared. I am scared for Split Raiders about what's going to happen to their bot lane because
the bot lane is going to be rendered to death.
Yes, exactly. I didn't want to say it like so loudmouth, but that's like what's going to happen.
Be dazzled, and then you will get the polymorph onto Lagern, but the spears will still be in Electric God, and then you just keep stacking them up and just pull them all out.
Yeah, so it was Don't Ban Nita that was saying that he was going to spear his opponents down, but instead it's likely going to be Lager. So I genuinely do not understand the Kog'Maw pick.
I heard you like spears. Have a game with 2 spears.
Oh hell yeah! It's the spearman competition.
You're just missing Pantheon there.
Please, just give me Pantheon.
Oh well, they have the junglers locked in.
Pantheon jungle put Pantheon jungle, Nidalee support, Kog'Maw ADC, and Lulu top. There we go. I solved the.
We did it. We did
it. we did it. Reddit. All right. Where are the picks actually going to be? Split Raiders, they are expecting this Callista to be going into the bot lane position, which is why they are banning out the top laners in Renekton and Ornn, taking them away from Awaken. Something like a Mordekaiser is still left open for him. That is a kind of Awaken's signature pick. Also a Cho'Gath. If Absolved think that they lack some form of hard engage, as Morgana is locked in.
Morgana could go mid, or is solo lane Lulu.
right now at this point, I actually would be expecting a solo lane Lulu, because putting Lulu and Kog'Maw into a Taric and Kalista means that they're just going to die immediately. And we saw it happen last game, and that wasn't necessarily the biggest kill lane out there, Morgana and Varus. So if you put Lulu and Kog'Maw in the bot lane, they're going to struggle.
Well, looks like it is the Cho'Gath locked in for Awaken. We've seen him on that pick in the past. Can, of course, go to Emil, but not really what we kind of expect him to be picking up for himself. And just go hover the Karthus once again. But what would you like to see in the last few seconds?
So looking at this pick, we still do have the mid laner open. For Absolved, I still am lacking some heavy AP damage there. So technically, putting Karthus mid would make sense, but instead, it's going to be Emil's signature
Vladimir.
pick.
Yep.
Vladimir. Yeah, and I see still a lot of scaling in Absolved. However, this game they have a very similar style that they had last time around. They have a utility top laner. However, this time they have an early game jungler, and they still have the early game damage from the Kalista in the bot lane, as well as Vladimir in the mid lane to compensate for the late game pick that they needed if they want to be going for 30 plus minutes into the game.
And as you mentioned, it is Emil's Vladimir.
Yeah.
Known for this pick. He is the 1 versus 9 god on this pick. And I feel very sorry for Shamble. He is Lulu versus him. He is the like 800 health squishy.
I think so. Yeah, she's a pixie.
Support.
So I mean, I think that Vladimir will be able to just like trap her into a jar and like make.
Yeah, but what you even build on Lulu into this pick? Do you go machine gun Lulu with Rage Blade, Blade of the Rune King, Wit's End? Do you go AP? Do you go crit? Like either way, I just feel like he's going to be blown up once he reaches level 6.
Yeah, he likely will be. And he's also going to teleport. So
any words of hope or any silver lining to this pick, or is it just GG, go next, mid lane is open?
I just hope that Shambles is religion-based, or religion-oriented.
So he says his prayers.
Yeah, he says his prayers and he hopes that he survives this lane against Vladimir. I think that it's also the issue that we have to bring up here is we generally tend to see Vladimir as a scaling pick. He doesn't necessarily have to kill people to actually get himself into a very strong position. So he is going to be a turbo Vladimir unless Velia spends all the time in mid lane babysitting Emil and making sure that Shambles doesn't die repeatedly time and time again. Now, Shambles can go full support and just try and survive the lane and make sure that Kog'Maw turns into a machine gun later on. However, for that, Kog'Maw cannot fall behind. If you see like 1 or 2 kills coming down in the bot lane, it's all but over, and you will have to try and slot Electric God into Awaken all the time, because if you don't do that, the other team is just going to snowball out of control.
So it's just a protect the Kog'Maw composition from Split Raiders. So, but to me, that is Nazgul split pushing in the top side on his signature pick of the Camille, which is fine. But then you're 4 versus 5 for the entire game, and you're just once your Kog'Maw is dead, your entire team is dead, pretty much.
Exactly.
Well, dead in the water at least.
To kind of point. To kind of point at the importance of Camille in this team composition, I didn't realize that Split Raiders have locked in Camille until you brought it up. So, yeah, it's.
I mean, Nazgul plays a mean Camille.
Very true, and Nazgul
relying on the team fight prowess of Lulu Morgana helping Electric God's Kog'Maw.
It's a tough composition to try and execute, especially when you have all the damage in the early game from the side of Absolved. Kind of the last factor that we didn't really talk about is, well, we have mentioned Nazgul's Camille. However, we haven't talked about what she's actually playing into, and she's not playing into Cho'Gath. She's playing into Cho'Gath and Olaf, because Olaf is going to be permanently in the top lane. He doesn't have to pay attention to bot lane because they're going to be winning on their own. He doesn't really have to pay attention mid lane because the same situation is going to be happening there. So he's just going to be sitting in top lane with Cho'Gath, who has so much setup potential, and they're just going to camp Nazgul to oblivion. And if Nazgul falls behind, the game is over for Split Raiders once again. So this is just such a tough composition to execute that Split Raiders have locked themselves into a corner here.
And again, they don't have a dedicated tank. Their only engage
Once
really
again.
is Nazgul, unless you want to go for that hop in from the Nidalee, which you really don't want happening because you're just going to be diving onto a Vladimir or an Olaf, and then you have Lagern with all his Rend stacks, Dazzle from Person. There's a decent amount of CC from Absolved as well as the early game power and late game power. You're relying solely on Electric God to do about 90% of your damage and Nazgul dealing the other 10. But he'll be split pushing all game, so it'll be a 4 versus 5 team fight. Is there any point in this game where Split Raiders, you can say, well, they win this fight? Or is it just, you try and get Electric God ahead in this early game, hope and pray to any and all gods, just
I think
please let our Kog'Maw carry, because he needs to get 3, 4, 5, 6 items under his belt to beat that carry. But if he gets blown up, if he dies, that is your team fight dead.
I think that will be exactly the name of the game for Split Raiders. Just try and get Electric God ahead, because, or not, possibly not even ahead. Make sure he survives, because if he doesn't, it's all but over. As you're saying, Kog'Maw requires so many items to come online. So Valia will likely be sitting around the bottom lane permanently, and it has to happen before level 6 if you want to get at least some kills, because when Kalista hits level 6, when Tarek hit level 6, they are not going to die. No chance in hell are they going to die if they get ganked. So Valia has to find a lot of miraculous ganks in the bot lane. He has shown us that he is a capable jungler, but this is an extremely difficult task to achieve.
Definitely is. But we are on to the rift for our second game. Uphill battle for Split Raiders against Absolved here. Absolved looking on form today, as they are 1 up in this series. Going to get a little bit of damage onto Don't Ban Nida, but he knows this champion really, really well. It is his namesake. This Transfusion will get a little bit of chip damage back onto Vega.
Yeah, so the Spearman gets speared, and things return as they were. Now, I'm trying to think of some odd rune choices as we are looking at them. Glacial Augment on Cho'Gath is something that you expect from an AP Cho'Gath if you do give him something like the GLP, or as I say, the Goop. And possibly if you do go kind of full AP Cho'Gath, you won't have as many tanky members in the front line. You will have just the Olaf, who will most likely result into just a tanky frontliner in the late game. So, possibly can happen. We'll see that.
We'll have to just wait and see. Keeping my eye on this bottom lane, as Vega is going to make his way onto the blue buff with the pounce there. But Olaf still doing a full clear of his western side quadrant here, as Emil will transfuse onto Shambles. Decent trading of damage though, but we need to keep our eye on that mid lane matchup as well and see how that progresses, because it will slowly but surely go in favor of Emil Lol.
And it was just the first level, so Shambles was already trying to put some poke damage down. Of course, it is something that you can try and do on Vladimir, but remember, he is a hemomancer. He's not he's not a Dracula, of course, but he will heal himself up every single time that you try and poke him down. And I thought that I saw the grievous wounds mark above Emil, but then I realized that that does not make sense, as Lulu doesn't have anything that inflicts grievous wounds. Now Valia is
really low here. First blood should come through. Looking for the last auto attack. Just change. There you go. First blood to Vaya.
And that was a great invade. The Don Baneta did not have enough HP after his full clear of the blue buff Grump and the wolves, and Valia just goes for the invade, gets the first kill on his own person, and that can be something that can help out Split Raiders in this game. if you have an incredibly fed Nidalee who just one-shots basically everyone before the minute 20 on the enemy team, you can still try and make things happen. And if you have a fed Nidalee who is babysitting bot lane all the time, it can make the task of Liger and Person a lot more difficult.
Shambles getting a decent amount of damage onto Emil. He can just heal that back up with Transfusion. The Power Transfusion dealing some damage. And this is kind of how we expected the lane to really go. Additional damage and range from the Glitter Lance for Shambles. But from the level 6, it'll start to go pretty much in favor of Emil. Unless Shambles can get a decent ultimate onto himself. But he'll be lacking the damage for most, if not all, of the game.
And unless he can get Morello in like 10 minutes, then he will struggle in this lane, as you are saying. When it comes to the other lanes, bot lane and top lane are currently even, as Awaken gets a good rupture on Nazgul.
Nazgul will just walk it away, though. Decent trading of damage back and forth, but if we're checking with his bottom lane, it's a little bit in favor of Lagern at this point, a little bit of a CS advantage. Gonna get 5 CS back with this wave that is starting to stack up, so not really much to really be said about the CS difference there, but Olaf waiting in the bottom side will be spotted out by a ward.
Yeah, will be spotted out and nothing is going to come of that, and I kind of want to point the dynamic out in the bot lane. It's that Lager and Person, they are going to be stronger than Bonakai and Electro God for the entire laning phase. However, after they hit level 6s, their engage is going to turn the kills into a certainty. As Valia did not get spotted out by that ward, Emil is in trouble here.
Yeah, slowed with the Glitter Lance. Out comes the Spear, jumps forward. We'll use the Sanguine Pool. He has the Transfusion. He flashes up the wall. He has the Power Transfusion. Will manage to get it. He's slowed up yet again, and Vaya picks up his second kill.
That was such a ballsy move, going back into the Lulu, trying to get that kill. However, in the end, Emil was a bit too aggressive, did not have enough damage to speak of to try and burst down the Lulu. And with the perfect flank from Velia, Shambles assists him in getting himself the second kill. And so, Velia already on a good track to try and snowball his own early game jungle.
And he has a couple of stacks of that Dark Harvest to boot, so he's doing relatively well in this game, but he did relatively well in the early game last game as well, but couldn't really find much purchase or wrest any control really of any of the lanes, so we'll have to keep our eye on him and see how that progresses. Yet to back with all the gold that is in his pocket. He's just going to take the Krugs in this top side and assume he will be backing after that, but Olaf looks like he started off on the Drake.
Yeah, Olaf is already taking the Drake, and there is nothing that is going to be impeding him in taking this objective, as in the mid lane he will have pressure if Emil decides to push out. In mid lane he's just zoning out Shambles from trying to assist him, and in the bot lane, Person and Liger were setting up a massive wave by freezing it and then shoving it into the enemy turret, so Electro God and Bonakai could not go and help there either. And speaking of Velia, he was just in base, and he already picked up the jungle enchanted Runic Echoes. That is a potent buy for the first back.
That is a great start for him. Yet to get the Warrior enchant for Don't Ban Nida, but Olaf is onto his Krugs now, so we'll be able to get a decent amount of XP and gold from them as Vaya makes his way towards mid lane. Spotted by a control ward, so we'll just clear that and move on.
No control wards in the upper side of the bottom side river now, as Valia had to step over the two of them, and it does make sense that Emil is trying to control the already snowballing Valia as much as he can, because if this Nidalee gets any farther ahead, it might start to spell trouble for Absolved, as the gold lead is kind of created just by the lead that Valia has managed to accumulate. And if there is enough gold on Nidalee, it might just allow Split Raiders to get themselves into a position where they are confident enough with scaling into the late game, where Kog'Maw did not get shut down in the early game, that they can just win out in team fights. But even then, they're going to find it troublesome just due to their draft. That was very close.
It was close, but Dobanetta says, "Thank you for the leash, Nidalee." As he Ragnaroks onto her face, flashes forward aggressively, gets the flash out of Bailey as well. Slow goes down.
Oh my god.
Decent amount of damage. Nidalee picks up the kill. Awaken is dead to rights too. Now 4-0 with that double kill. Looking good.
Yeah, looking great, in fact, as 2 more kills are picked up by the Nidalee 4-0 on this jungle pick against an opponent who has Nidalee in their name, kind of just really putting it in their face, I suppose, as he is looking to be the main difference maker, as it was last game. This time, however, is on an early game carry and possibly can try and snowball this game out of Absolved's hand.
Well, you have the signature pick for your top laner. You are doing so well on the enemy's signature pick here. Kog'Maw's starting to fire him up a storm as well, so it's looking good for Split Raiders. They're 2,200 gold ahead, but when do you reach that breaking point?
It's it's tough to say, really. I'm kind of expecting a breaking point to happen, like on both sides. At a certain point on Absolved, it's when Emil, of course, hits like the 2 items with the Proto Belt. He is able to burst down shambles, as you were talking about. And Split Raiders, they're just waiting for late game. Just full-on late game. Wait for Kog'Maw to have like 3 or 4 items, because before that, he's not really going to be dealing that much damage as Don Banita gets caught out in the enemy jungle.
He's 1 versus 3. He has to go down here. Velia picks up his 5th kill. He's behind and he's going for these aggressive invades. He didn't even have priority in the mid lane or the bot lane at that point.
Yeah.
So it just allowed for the collapse from everyone from Split Raiders. And he's now 0 and 3 on one of his signature picks as well. He plays a lot of Olaf during the regular season.
Yeah, and he didn't really fall back either when he was getting converged upon. He just went back and he paid for it with his life. So not the best of starts and progressions from the Absolved jungler.
And he paid for it not only with his life, he paid for it with his Krugs too.
And this is not a good situation. Awaken, by the way, is committing to the AP build on the Cho'Gath, building the Goop item. So there isn't going to be a strong frontliner from Absolved, at least not yet, unless he specs into tanky items further down the line, as now there is a gank coming through.
Yep. Gonna use the Fate's Call, but not gonna toss it out onto anyone as the teleport is being channeled. In comes the Cosmic Radiance. Lulu channels her teleport, and she'll be slowed down thanks to the Ren. Gets the flash out of Electric God as well. The Wild Growth is used onto himself, but we'll be able to get aggressive here in the bottom lane. Gets the flash out of Lagern as the exhaust goes down, but the Ragnarok will not save you today, my friend. Electric God picks up his first kill of the game. Looking for more here, but they'll just shove in the wave. Mill off to the side, waiting in the bush. Will not be able to find anything to do.
Yeah, and we didn't say this, but Morgana actually does a lot against this Taric in the bot lane, and we already saw that the bot lane of Absolved were unable to find a good engage just due to the black shield from the side of Split Raiders. So already the Morgana coming into fruition. Of course, the TP from Shambles helping out there as well.
They forced they forced person away there underneath the tower. Just Lily Spears chunking him out. They have the Rift Herald as well if they want to use that in the bottom lane. And Dope Bandit is just caught out once again. Shambles picks up his first kill. He went with the Ardent Sensor, so going for that supportive Lulu build. And so far it's working out.
Yeah, so far it really has been working out. Don Bandita is just not having a fun game. He's now sitting 0-5 in the scoreboard. This game is once again developing not how we expected it to, as there is a 4k gold lead for Split Raiders 12 minutes down the line. But that is mostly as a result of Don Bandita getting caught out several times in the jungle.
5 to be exact.
Yeah, 5 times, and Lager and Person not really being able to get many leads in this into the Morgana and Kog'Maw.
Just gonna get a little bit damage onto Emil. Uses the Hemo Plague there just to buy himself a little bit of space, a little bit of health as well. We'll get some healing back. Vea feeling frisky, looking for an opening. We'll be able to find it.
We won't be able to find it just yet. Now the Herald is going to be popped in that mid lane. Unsure if Shambles himself can defend it, so Velia has to come back.
Yeah, he has to come back, but he dashes forward as well. Ragnarok's just to sustain himself, to try and survive. Will manage to get himself away, dodges away. Glitter lands not quite enough. He's on single digits almost there. will manage to get himself away, but Shelly will get a charge as Emil has to back away from this tower. Has to give it up. It will be the first tower of the game. We're up to Split Raiders.
Yeah, and Split Raiders, they're in absolute control. This is exactly what I mentioned when I said, or this is what I meant when I mentioned that if you give enough kills to the Nidalee, she can take over the game, and that's exactly what she's been doing so far, as she's about to take over Don Bandita's life, it seems.
You're not even allowed to take your own jungle right
Yeah.
now. He is 3 levels behind. You get 1 kill replied. That is the first kill of the game for Absolved. They have to flash away. Is brought into the Hextech ultimatum, and he will be chunked out and cut down. Nazgul picks up his first kill of the game there with Blade of the Rune King helping him out. He'll have to flash away. The Ren gets the slow, but he'll be able to hook shot his way to safety. Gonna try and walk it away as the hop, skip, and jump comes out the way as well. Only get 1 kill, and they trade it back. He goes in aggressively here as well. Emil has to use the Sanguine Pool. Vea, no! What are you doing? You're gonna give up a kill! It's gonna go up to the Tarek though, so it won't really matter. Nazgul should be taken down. He goes
Oh my god.
for his life.
These players are just so aggressive, and I feel like much of it
They're
is just...
throwing as well.
Yeah.
Barnakai, what are you doing?
This is just unnecessary. They could have completely backed out of that fight. It was a great rotation from Absolved, that's true. But why did Split Raiders go back? There wasn't really a need for that. They could have just backed out and not given so many kills over to the lineup of Absolved. One of that going to each of the carries of Absolved. Yes, I am counting Tarek as one of them. And this is not the greatest of situations to be in. However, TP comes through in the bot lane.
Just about got the Sanguine Pool there. We'll get the heal from the Hemo Plague as well. He'll just back in what looks like a tiny little bush there, but Emil will eventually go down. But they won that fight. And then they went back in. It was like, here's a couple of kills. We feel sorry for you. Awaken. Well, it's not Awaken got to pick up the kills. It's going to be Lagger to pick up the kill.
I feel like...
That's cool.
Yeah, someone is saying that in the Twitch chat. Yeah, Hench is saying in the Twitch chat that Split Raiders are limit testing in semis. It very much doesn't look like it.
And when they're down a win as well.
Yes,
They're
this,
just like,
this
you know
is
what?
very
We're down a
ballsy.
win. We can give up another win here and just reverse sweep you guys.
Well, to be fair, they are in a better situation than we expected them for the entirety of the draft phase.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So there were a couple of mistakes. For example, Nazgul getting caught out in the enemy jungle after chasing Awaken without really dealing much damage to him beforehand. However, they're still in a pretty good position, a 4k gold lead, which could have been more. However, it's still good. Lichbane finished as the second item on Velia, meaning that he will have quite a lot of damage to dispose of his enemies with, and there isn't any magic resist to speak of outside of the cape on Olaf yet. So that does mean that Velia is still in prime shape to try and take over this game, even more than he has already done so.
And the second Rift Herald is going to be channeled in the middle lane as well, so I'm going to get a secondary boop onto this tier 3 tower. Look at the damage. It is really, really good at this early stage. 16-minute inhib tower taken.
Might even be a significant chunk of damage on the inhibitor as a fight occurs in the top lane.
Yep, Nazgul just locks in Emil and can't even get the Hemo Plague to go off before he dies. This is his signature pick. He is known for the Vladimir, and he's 1-3.
He is 1-3 because he was aggressive this time yet again. However, I feel like it does stem from not knowing the matchup and what you can and cannot do into it. It's not necessarily matchup, but it is a Camille with a finished Blade of the Ruined King and the Sheen. She already starts to hurt just when she finishes the Sheen. And already, with another item to add to that, she just starts popping the heck off, and she has done so over Emil.
You already have 2 items finished on Shambles as well, with the Athene's Unholy Grail and the Ardent Censer. So definitely building 100% support to support Electric God. You have Shralia's Revelry on Bonakai, which I think is a little bit of an interesting optimization there. A little bit more movement speed rather than anything else.
Possibly because Split Raiders are just so far ahead right now that they can try and chase the enemy lineup down. Now they are slotting the Electric God and Bonakai into the Awaken, which does make sense. They're able to create a lot of pressure in the bot lane. as top lane situation stables out, the Ocean Drake was picked up by the side of Split Raiders as well in the meantime. So right now there are no big objectives to play around outside of potentially the inhibitor, as we now look at replay as Awaken takes the repair. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, wait.
Is he seriously not good? They let it. They let it do it.
This is just fascinating to watch.
No, they let it take the inhib. What?
Yeah,
That is actually
don't
int. That's
understand.
genuine int.
Yeah, that is genuine throwing, but
Yeah, but I mean,
we were told, by the way,
is
by,
that 5 head? I don't know if that's even 5 head. You get more from more EXP, is what Reed, our producer, is saying. But I'm also like, but I mean, yes.
Yes, we are getting flamed by Twitch chat. Okay, I'll accept the fact that we just don't know that. Okay, so more gold than EXP for
It's just
Absolved.
5 head,
Amazing.
then. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, great. Okay. Still, taking away the inhibitor is going to create a lot of pressure in the mid lane, allowing Split Raiders to control the upper and bottom side jungle quadrants with no real competition, meaning that given that the Baron will be spawning in 20 seconds and the inner turret is going to be likely falling rather soon if Split Raiders do decide to put some resources in the top lane, it will result in a quick Baron take. Of course, Awaken is sitting in the bot lane, and he does have his TP up, but Nazgul's TP is also going to be coming up relatively soon.
And he has that Hextech GLP finished for Awaken, so he'll be dealing a decent amount of damage, has the slow as well if he lands some of these ruptures. He has his ultimate available for all of that juicy true damage. Looks like they start off on the Baron. They do have the Kog'Maw, but they're just going to back away here. Don't want to go for the 50-50 smite fight, especially when you have so many squishy members on your side.
And of course, you still do have a meal with a finished Protobolt sitting over there. He still does have a lot of damage. If he gets a good Hemo Plague off, he can become a menace in a team fight. And we're still keeping our eyes peeled on Velia and Nazgul. If Nazgul gets a great TP off into the backline of Absolved, the game might as well be over as Electric God gets jumped.
Yeah, but he will just be healed back up. Ragnaroking away, but I have to feel he'll be going down. Oh, the thumbs up. The BM.
PM, yeah. I mean, Electric God is very much enjoying this game thus far.
And Nidalee is just gonna go golden, try and buy a little bit of time, but oh, he will get the
My
flash
God.
of safety. I thought he was dead to rights there.
I thought so too, Dark Soul. I thought that this game was going to be many things, but not this, as the mid lane gets pushed through by the super minions, given the lack of the inhibitor, and Awaken now is forced to sit there and babysit the next turrets as Split Raiders take the Baron buff with no congestion.
More XP, more gold, but you know, gives up total Baron pressure for it.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation for Absolved to find themselves in right now, because you try to run onto Kog'Maw, but you do not have any damage. You do have a meal, and you do have the Callista, who both have a lot of damage, but it doesn't really matter when you have so much shielding happening on top of Kog'Maw. Look at this. Electric God gets jumped, he gets the Black Shield, he gets the Lulu. Healing, it's the name of the game for him, and Olaf tries to flash on top of him, but it doesn't matter. Dunbanita does not have enough damage to solo out the AD carry, which is not what you expect from the game in this meta, as Valia gets the perfect stopwatch up, and then the perfect flash as Emil does not have time to get his Q off on him, and he makes the perfect getaway. And also, look at that. That's like this
Person healed up instead of going for
Yeah.
channel. He didn't even try and channel it beforehand. Hemo Plague should heal Emil back up here. Do
wonderful.
a decent amount. But, I mean, when your Vladimir can't solo the Camille, I mean, I'm never really expecting him to just straight up solo her, especially when she's going to Blade of the Rune King.
I mean, at this point, Nazgul requires so many resources to go to that top lane for him to be stopped that it is an unending circle. You put more members into Nazgul's lane. He backs away. His team just pushes with Baron empowered minions on the other side of the map. You put members onto the other side of the map, and Nazgul pushes there. So it's an incredibly difficult situation for Absolved, and right now their base is just slowly being dismantled by Nazgul and the rest of his team, with no one answering this split pushing Camille.
They're slowly bleeding out here, and still no one is responding to this Camille. He'll take a free inhib, rotate to that mid inhib as well. You're just playing Gatekeeper, trying to stop the push in this bottom side, but you're not stopping the push on the other side of your base.
Yeah. And so
he's still on the inhib. No one's responding to this.
yeah, no, everyone backed away already, and Nazgul is just terrorizing the inhibitors right now. As soon as the Drake spawns, it's going to be an Ocean Soul for the Split Raiders, or Absolved. If they manage to steal it, they'll get at least the Ocean Drake. So still nothing to scoff at. However, right now I think their problems are kind of surfacing as Velia is running in the top lane, probably looking to push the Baron minions into the Nexus turrets.
And Electric God has 2 items already. 24 minutes in, Rage Blade, Blade of the Rune King. He has his boots, so that's the second inhib to fall. Can just rotate down now as the team groups up together.
Teams are grouping up together. We have to expect at least one fight from Absolved in here.
I mean, they have to.
Yeah, they have to. If they don't, it's all done and dusted. They can go until the next game GG. And this game has been so strange for me to watch. Because we didn't expect this at all. We said that Split Raiders got absolutely outdrafted, but they win thanks to individual prowess. They win through Velia, giving his team enough space in the early game. Of course, it's not over yet, so we have to remember that, but it's looking like an almost impossible situation for Absolved, and it's all thanks to Velia, really.
He didn't find purchase in the last game, but he damn well did in this game. 6, 1, and 3. The rest of the team not exactly doing badly either, as Nazgul aggresses onto Emil in the bottom lane, just chunks him out. Just gonna help in this wave as the Hemoplague goes down onto Nazgul. He should go down here. He will. Emil picks up the kill, but the rest of the team will manage to get themselves away. The Glitter Lance gets the slow. They will manage to back away here. They have 2 inhibs taken down, 1.5 minutes until either objective of the Ocean Soul and the Baron, so they can just back away, reset, get these objectives, and then push in the waves.
Yeah, none of the objectives are up yet, but they will be up soon, as you're saying. And it does mean that Split Raiders are able to reset. However, it also means that Absolved are able to finally take a breath of respite. I think this is the first time in like the last 10 minutes that Don Bandita was able to go into his jungle and actually farm. So that's pretty good. The rest of the members of Absolved will also be able to get more farm from the super minions and the minion waves that are just going to be crashing into their base, meaning that they can farm them up very safely. So they'll be able to farm. However, for how long? They will have to contest these objectives.
See, that's my problem. 40 seconds until Ocean, which is Ocean Soul for Split Raiders. 34 seconds until the Baron. Looks like they're prepping for both objectives at the same time. You only have 2 items on your Vladimir, you have 2 items on your Cho'Gath, 3 items now completed for Laggard. But can you stall enough? Can you reach that point in this game where you can actually take these team fights? Maybe come back in the game when you're 6,000 gold behind. You've taken 1 tower in this 27-minute game to 8 taken by Split Raiders.
I think that at this point, it's not a full team fight that Absolved are looking for. They're looking for a good pick. They're looking to get at least 1 carry down from Split Raiders. If you take down Velia, if you take down Electric God, that situation can escalate very quickly, and it can lead to you winning a team fight. However, right now, they are... Okay, never mind. They are going to be converging on this Ocean Drake. It's going down so fast.
It is just torn down, burned down. You're 3 levels behind on your jungler as well, so almost no hope of getting the Smite steal away. That is Ocean Soul now for Split Raiders. And look at the base. Super minions are moving in. In comes the teleport from Lulu. In comes the teleport for the Camille. Teleport being channeled now by Awaken. Can they stop the backs on time? Flash away from Bonakai. Lagern looking for the fight win, but the base is crumbling. It's a 2 versus 1. Electric God just playing Gatekeeper as the exhaust goes down onto him. The Ren will rip his heart out as the next Nexus turret will fall. This will be the base. Split Raiders gonna finish it off with style, but the knockup comes through. Can they finish it off as the Hextech Ultimatum comes down? Emil just trying to
God.
the base as long as he can. Awaken gonna be cut for his life. And they're on to the Nexus. They can finish it off right here, right now. They're just gonna style on them. Let the Super Minions finish it off. They know they win. Split Raiders take it to game 3.
In a very commanding fashion. More commanding than last time around. I think the difference is last time it was Absolved controlling the pace of the game. They didn't have to really expect many mistakes from their opposing team, which is something that Split Raiders definitely did. However, big props do definitely have to go to Velia on this Nidalee. Most damage out of the game. He was absolutely smurfing the entire time. And I feel like he is going to be the guy to, or the player to watch throughout the entire rest of the series, because in every single game so far, he's just had a massive impact.
It was almost night and day between the first 2 games for both these teams. But what went wrong specifically for Absolved? Because it felt like they had a decent draft. It felt like as if it was a bit harder to execute from the side of Split Raiders. But once Veya found a pick in the early game, it just snowballed so heavily. He went 8-1-4. He died only once, and even that death did nothing to stop him.
Yeah, and I think what went wrong was Don Banita just had a really bad game. I think we can say that without really being flamed, because it's true. Don Banita get caught out at level 3 on his red buff when he had like 200 HP or so by Nidalee's invade. He gave her that first kill. Second kill he also gave away. I believe it was in the top lane, getting caught out by Camille, Lulu, and the Nidalee. And after that, if you cannot contest your opposing jungler, especially if it's someone like a Nidalee who snowballs very quickly, you just allow her to take over the game in its entirety. And that's exactly what Split Raiders needed to do. They needed to get their jungler they needed to get their jungler kind of under control. And if they managed to do that, they just bought time. They bought time for the rest of their team to get the items, to be able to shield the Kog'Maw properly. He didn't have the biggest impact that we kind of presumed he would be, but then again, this game ended before 30 minutes in, and if it got any longer, he would be the biggest damage dealer in the game, regardless of what Absolved would try to throw at him. So it was just Velia's game this time around.
Yeah, it definitely was. Electric God only got that 3-item power spike very recently. It was just before the game ended, as you said. You're not reaching that 30, 35, even 40-minute mark where Electric God on a Kog'Maw, or anyone on a Kog'Maw almost, will just start to come online, start tearing through the enemy lineup. And it was very much the Velia show. And it just shows how good jungler he can be if he finds an opening. But
definitely.
Do you ban Nidalee?
I mean,
is it worth banning?
I think it might as well be. However, there are other champions in his pool that he can utilize, and if you just focus him down in the ban phase, you're going to be leaving up other stuff. You're going to be leaving up Nazgul's Aurelia. You're going to be leaving up what was there also good? Shambles' Cassiopeia, I believe, was banned out several times in the picks and ban phase, and that is not something that you can do. Now, what you can do instead, I think, is a strong mid lane and jungle duo for Absolved's lineup. If you get mid lane pressure and you play around properly with your jungler and you don't get caught out 5 times in the first 10 minutes, you can make sure that Valia does not get to play the game at all, because he will always be playing a 1v2 and he will always lose them. And that is something that that Absolved can try to change up going into the third game, because it might just bear fruit.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how these two teams will change up their drafts, if at all. As we go to a quick break, we'll be bringing back, everything back to you in
Oh,
just a
hell
few
yeah.
short minutes for this third game. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get into our draft for our third game. It is a tied series between Split Raiders and Absolved, coming back in a dominating fashion with the Nidalee pick for Vea, styling on Don't Ban Nida with one of his signature picks, even his namesake. Do you ban the Nidalee? We'll have to wait and see.
And we'll have to wait. Once again, I don't think that it is necessarily a must ban for the side of Absolved. Of course, it would help them out, but I do believe that there are other champions that are kind of higher on the priority list. You still have to pay attention to the mid lane, make sure that Emil gets a good matchup. You still have to ban out Aurelia from Nazgul, despite his Camille being absolutely disgusting last time around. But once again, it's Value's show. That's what the Split Raiders are right now. What do Absolved do about that? Well, we'll have to see as we enter the ban phase.
So far, 1 ban against the jungler and 2 bans against the mid laners, Cassiopeia and Zilean apiece. It's what they've been playing throughout the day. Well, Cassiopeia was one that he hasn't really been given at all because Absolved really don't want to see that pick. It has so much utility to it with the grounding and with all the CC and burst that it has available. And Emil played a pretty mean Zilean in game 1, so good to see that taken away.
Echo also is being taken out by the hands of Absolved from Velia. Of course, we all remember last week's games against Lion's Creed, where he absolutely smurfed on this pick. So once again, taking away the comfort pick, Sindra taken away from Emil and Lager as well. So yet again, it's the comfort picks, or the comfort bans in this case, making sure that the players aren't on something that is inherently comfortable for them. However, there are still big comfort picks. We discovered one last game, the Nidalee for Velia. And I'm seeing Aurelia being open for Nazgul.
And they also banned away the Lulu from last game, the one that Shambles was on. I don't think it had the biggest impact, but I think it was a little bit annoying for Emil, and they decided to go for the Vladimir.
All right, so first pick Vladimir. Yeah, of course, first pick Vladimir is always a flex pick. You can put it into mid lane or the top lane. Technically bot as well. However, I don't think I've seen Electric God have any games on that specific champion. So likely just going to be going into the hands of either Shambles or Nazgul. On the other side, you do see the typical bot lane that we've seen from Absolved time and time again. Morgana and Varus. It has had great success in the first game of today. However, they are putting it in blind, and they are going to be answered with an Ashe and Karma, which should have a pretty strong chance to compete against this bot lane.
Yeah, another heavy poke bot lane there, and we did see them play Ashe and Karma during the regular season, so they are champions that they are quite comfortable on in that bottom lane. So it's just going to be a mixed mash of who pokes who the most and does the most damage in that bottom lane, but it looks like it will be the Rise into the Vladimir in that middle lane, potentially.
Yeah, so just a farming lane in the mid lane, unless Shambles just goes like all berserk and just slays Emil in like 5 minutes in on the Vladimir, or past level 6. It's a really good spike for Vladimir, so something can happen. Top lane is left out open, and at least that is what the Absolved lineup presumes, and so they are going to start focusing on Nazgul, taking away his Aurelia. Now Fiora is also something that you can try and take off the board if you don't want Nazgul to have the greatest of impacts that he can.
Taking away the Kindred as well. We saw that earlier on do quite well for himself into the Karthus. So does that maybe spell that they decided to go that direction again, going towards the Karthus? It's still up and available, and Kindred is one of those early junglers that can go really aggressive and go for these jungle invades that we did see in the first game.
I think that picking Karthus would technically make sense for both lineups. I don't see any heavy or hard engage at least just yet, so you would have to pick that into top lane if you are going to be going for Karthus. As I say that, Jarvan is being hovered and locked in by Absolved, so they could potentially take away the Karthus for top lane. We haven't seen that in a while, but could technically slot that there.
It looks like they're going to be hovering the Sejuani from Split Raiders, and I feel like they should put him onto a more carry-oriented jungler. That's what we saw him on last time, and he did really, really well with 8, 1, and 3, if memory serves correctly. And
Oh,
will be
yes.
another early game and sort of carry jungler for him with the Lee Sin.
Yeah, it is going to be the Lee Sin, and if we said that it was Velia's show last time around on the Nidalee, then he can definitely have the same amount of success on this Lee Sin this time around. It is a more meta pick than something like Nidalee, and it's also going to be paired up with a Camille in the top lane, so that those two are going to be formidable opponents or a formidable jungle top lane duo. Karthus being hovered by Absolved, not sure if you really want to be going for a Rise into Camille matchup if you have the Lee Sin in the jungle.
I mean, I wouldn't really want the Karthus into the Camille either. I feel like
Yeah.
if you just walk into lane and then almost immediately die, but will be the
Oh.
Poppy. Ooh.
Okay, so it's a safe top laner for Awaken. I do believe that I remember a couple of games that Awaken has had on this champion. And into a Camille, it's a counter pick, meaning that it's not meant to really kill Camille. It's only meant to make sure that she doesn't snowball. Any attempt at a dash will be cancelled by the Poppy. And any attempt at a gank will also be cancelled by the Poppy, given that she can cancel Lee Sin's dashes. And if it all comes to worse, Keeper's Verdict is going to be keeping them all out of the lane.
Yeah, I like this Poppy, as you said, because of the Lee Sin as well. Especially in these team fights when Lee Sin wants to get to the back line and Camille wants to get to the back line as well and get the insect and knock someone like Lagern into his own team. It can do a lot to lock him down, especially with this kind of mini rework to it as well, to the Steadfast Presence, where it now has grounding, so it does even more utility. It has even more utility to that particular ability.
Yeah, I agree. Now, when we look at the summoner spells that we have now seen in front of us, a lot of teleports. However, there is one particular one that I want to point out, and that is Cleanse on Bonakai, meaning that they are still pretty dang scared of the Morgana Varus kill lane that they have in front of themselves. Electric God is going heal, so these are defensive summoners. However, it once again is a lane that we have to keep our eyes on, especially post level 6, when Varus does get access to the Chains of Corruption, and Morgana also gets access to her ultimate, adding up to the already impressive length of her Dark Binding. And it is a lane that Absolved can try and play through, especially when you put Don Bandita into that lane, because you cannot cleanse away from the knockup. So there can be a possibility for a kill there, especially post level 6, but before that as well, just due to the binding and the knockup.
Well, I wouldn't have really been surprised if I saw a double cleanse in the bottom lane, especially with the amount of CC coming from Lagern and Person, and even from Emil and then Awaken as well, to some extent, because from that level 6 point, you have the Chains of Corruption, you have the ultimate and the Dark Binding from Person, so you can flash away, but you're such a low mobility carry in this Ashe. I kind of would have expected more the cleanse if you are going to go cleanse on Bonakai as well. It's not like it's a Tam Kench where you can just eat up your AD carry, you're still a sitting duck.
Yeah, now Ashe did get buffed on this patch. She has received, I believe, 10% extra attack speed from ranks 2 and 5 on her Q, so she is going to be a bit stronger than she used to be. Of course, if she does go for the crit build, she is going to be a formidable opponent in the late game, and if you go for the on hit, you can still spike very heavily in the mid game, and that can be something that Split Raiders try to go for, especially when you have something like Vladimir, who does spike pretty heavily around 2 items with the Protobelt and Rabadon, and also is nothing to scoff at late game. And on the other hand, you have a very similar story. You have Emil's Rise. We'll have to see if Liger decides to go for the lethality virus that we have seen already once. It was played to great success, and he might just try to mimic that.
Yeah, definitely can do that once again. He has opted in for the exhaust, so no heal in that bottom lane for the side of Absolved, and let's see how that lane really plays out. The cleanse heal into the ignite and the exhaust. It's looking more aggressive from Absolved rather than anything else.
Yeah, I think they don't really expect to be 100 to 0'd by the lineup, by the bot lane of Ashe and Karma. Makes sense. They are prone to being poked out, however, as Ashe is rather annoying with her volley shot, and Karma is a poke champion on her own, so can be something the Split Raiders try to compete with the Absolved bot lane. We'll have to see as we head into the game.
We'll just have to wait a few more seconds to get into the game as it is loading up, but we are 1 apiece in this best of 5, so it is still all to play for. Basically just a best of 3 now, and it's just 2 more wins needed for either side to make their way to the final against Sparks.
Final against the Sparks is the cherry on
prize,
top, the prize, and the second prize for the loser of this matchup is going to be Nuclear Storm Gaming, which was an unexpected loss for at least myself, and I know I wasn't the only one. So loser will be meeting them in the battle for the 3rd place. Of course, there are some rewards. I don't remember them off the top of my head for winning the SQ1 Championship. So, of course, that is what the teams are playing for, and also recognition and our love, because
that's true.
let's be honest, our affection is something very worthy.
In some ways, I feel that playing the losers bracket, the 3rd, 4th place match against NSG will in some ways be harder than playing against Sparks, given the regular season success that NSG had.
It very well might be, however, with the form that we saw from Sparks, it might not be. Of course, we'll have to wait until next week to have those questions answered. Perhaps the teams might just decide who they want to face, but I think that is not going to be the case, and instead
who they want to face and just completely troll so that they get put into the team that they decide to go against.
Exactly. Yeah, we'll have to see.
We are on to the Rift for our 3rd game. Usual line of scrimmage from both these teams. Not expecting a level 1 from either side, really. Would more be from Absolved, thanks to the Morgana thing.
Yes, I have to agree with you. No hard CC, at least on level 1, unless you go for the E first from the Camille. So likely not going to happen, as all teams, as you said, are just sat along the line of scrimmage. So looking at the summoner spells, it does tell me that Liger is going to be going for the lethality build once again. Arcane Comet found in his items, or in his inventory. Alright. I'm unsure if Darksoul is here.
I am here. I'm just trying to work something out with production here.
Okay, sorry.
I can hear something in the background there. It's pretty loud, actually.
I didn't mean to call you out like that. I apologize. All right.
There we go. We seem to have resolved the issue.
Amazing.
But it's a corrupting potion start for Lager in there.
Yeah, so it is something that you can go for, especially if you're expecting to be going through a lot of trading and a lot of poking, which is what inherently is meant to happen in a poke on poke bot lane. So we'll have to wait and see if that is utilized to its fullest potential. Now, if I am not mistaken, Camille is in fact being slotted into the Rise matchup, trying to avoid the Poppy. So the fact that we talked about Camille not being able to snowball might very well change, given that she's going to be playing into the big blue Smurf map.
And it seems like Lee Sin wants to make an early gank in the middle lane as well, as a ping was put down, but might be spotted out by a ward in the river there. So it's a lot of damage onto Person, but Bandetta is towards the bottom side, uses the flag and drag, will get into the lane. He has the flash available. Electric God is exhausted down, will just give up his life to get Bandakai to safety. Might get damage down onto Person to get the damage out. No, he just about goes down before he would pick up a kill. First blood to Laggern.
Yeah, good gank coming from Don Bandita very early on so far. He hasn't had the greatest of impacts unless we count in the first game, where of course it was the jungler's dream. His performance on Kindred was very remarkable. So looking to make a similar impact, be known, be felt in the Jarvan. That was a flash.
Really going to come in the middle lane. Just the flash out of Emil.
Yeah, that's a great flash from Emil. However, now the possibility for a repeat gank is very much prevalent, as the Rise in the early game does not offer you that much, and he's still very immobile. Jarvan is still babysitting bot lane, as you do.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want, though. You get the flash out of Electric God. Ashe, once she doesn't have the flash available, is just so immobile that he just really can't get out of anything, especially if he's hit with a Dark Blinding. Hurt being put down across the map though, onto the Camille.
So
J4 is making his way toward this mid lane as well, so he wants to try and exert some pressure towards this mid lane. He will just show himself as Rise pushes out the wave, goes over onto his Raptors, and Lee Sin, he's level 3 to level 3, looking maybe to make an invade here.
yeah, I think that Rise was spotted, so it makes sense that he goes for the invade.
Smites away the big chicken there, and a couple of the little chickens taken away too. As Don't Banana will just rotate over. This is the confidence that Vaya has kind of gotten from that last game, as the teleport is going to be channeled from the Rise, wants to be put into this this Vladimir, so that the Poppy is into the Camille in the middle lane.
Now, are Split Raiders going to answer this, or are they actually going to keep Vladimir there? Camille is heading towards top lane, so they will follow this split. However, it does mean that Poppy will be able to gain some pressure in the mid lane, at least shoving one wave into the enemy turret, unless she decides to freeze it. I'm unsure, as we cannot see her at the moment. The rest of the lanes going relatively calmly, outside of that first gank in the second minute on bot lane.
And they're gonna keep rotating this, like every time they reset on back, and they're just
Yeah.
gonna keep rotating them around. But
Ooh.
Emil gets caught out here with the hook shot. Vaya off to the side as well, just looking
No
for
flash.
the side. Rezzing strike finishes him off.
Yeah, there was no flash on Emil. There was no way that he could escape, and he gives his first, the first kill of the Split Raiders' game to Lee Sin. And Velia, of course, is a very strong player in these early game carries, and we've seen that already. So if he can turn this game into into a similar one to the last one, I think that Split Raiders will be very happy with themselves.
Yeah, they definitely would be, but it's a little bit of conciliation objective there, picking up that Cloud Drake for the death of Emil, as the Hawkshot will spot out J4 in his own jungle there.
And this time around, it's not like Split Raiders actually have any big losing matchups on the map. They do also have the scaling aspects of Vladimir and Ashe, and so I actually really fancy their chances. Now, every single time that I fancied a team's chances to win, they lost. So I probably should not be
The
jinxing
caster
this.
curse.
Yeah, it is the caster curse. So I apologize if now Split Raiders lose because of me. However, so far they're doing everything right, not dying in the mid lane nor in the bot lane, outside of at least that one death. And the level 6s will be hit in the bot lane, and that might sway the situation very much so, but we'll have to wait and see for that to happen.
And Awaken finally is into this Camille as well, like he wanted. Gets a little bit of damage down onto him in this trade, but looking like they're going for the collapse onto Lee Sin. J4 goes forward with the flag. Drag looked from just the mini-map there, but just gonna back away as they pick up the Rift Scuttle Shrine for themselves.
And now this top lane matchup ensues. Camille doesn't actually get the kill that took place on the Rise, so she isn't necessarily incredibly strong. It's the Poppy. She's still not going to be able to kill her in that top lane. She can try and trade on top of her if Awaken's Steadfast Presence is down, or if he just doesn't manage to get it up in time. And so the situation will turn into kind of a farm fest for both. Of course, Nazgul is still going for the classic Blade of the Rune King Rush, which is prevalent on every single champion in the game, including Ezreal. So
That's what happens when you buff an item that was
Yeah.
already... Everyone just picks it up. Better for melee, or already good for AD carries in a general sense. Hookshot goes in onto Emil. He has his flash in like 3 seconds, but it's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do anything against that. You get the flash knockup from the Camille, and he's just dead immediately. Velia also follows it up, and second kill of the game that Emil could not do anything with, really. There's no...
Does he know he's there? Yeah, he'll just
Oh.
execute it with the Q. And the
Okay,
spike?
to the growth.
Yep, he'll just be dead to rights here as the hookshot goes away. Gonna try and walk his way out of this one. Lagern doesn't have the ultimate, doesn't have the exhaust, but he used that to pick up the kill onto the Lee Sin. So they're just gonna be happy with that one pick.
Definitely going to be happy with that, especially as it goes over to the Varus. Vladimir now playing into the Poppy. It's a game of just swapping out different matchups and seeing what works. Wigan has to be careful with the...
Okay, he just got the knock-up. Hemoplague healed him up. His Steadfast Presence is used to just give him a little bit of added mobility, a little bit more movement speed. He's just walking around this alcove, just being picked off. Will not manage to find the stun with the Keeper's Verdict. And Shambles picks up his first solo kill of the game.
And it feels bad as Poppy if you miss the Keeper's Verdict. Flash Binding missed as well.
Yeah, Cataclysm goes onto Electric God, though. He should be dead to rights here. He used his flash earlier. Doesn't even bother healing because he knows that he is just gonna go down.
Alright, so a lot of kills taking place on both sides of the board. Both Split Raiders and Absolved are taking them. This time around, Split Raiders will be, they will be able to channel it into a Rift Herald, possibly looking to put that down either mid lane or top lane, as both of these solo lanes are currently winning their respective matchups, which are changing just every single time that we look at them.
And that's just kind of the story of this game. It's just like back, reset, go to the mid lane, back, reset, go to the top lane. That's the story for 4 different champions in this game, and they're relatively even on farm if you go for lane by lane for what the general matchup should be, which is Camille into Poppy and then Vladimir into the Rise. But the Rise has his scaling items. He has Catalyst of Aeons building towards that Rod of Ages, and he has that tier as well. So he'll start to really pump out the damage once he has those fully stacked. But then you have Shambles on the other side, which will start to do a lot more damage once he has that Proto Belt, and then he has the Rabadons, as you mentioned during the draft. But at this point, Emil is the one that's in the full driver's seat, even though he's behind.
Yeah, and right now, I'm trying to think how quickly can Split Raiders, excuse me, what is the word I'm trying to accelerate the game. If you have the Camille that is this far ahead with the 1 kill already, you can try and just go for a split push. However, against Poppy, it won't really work that great.
He has the Superior Smite, but it was far too late. They'll pick up a kill, and the Infernal Drake didn't go in on time, but Shambles will get the Hammer Shock into the face. And Waken will just cull this wave now, or try his best to pick up as much of this farm as possible.
And things return back to the kind of farming style, and this game is much calmer than its predecessors. Of course, still 8 kills taking place in the first 11 minutes, all stemming from skirmishes. However, all of the kills on Absolved are actually sitting on Lagger, and that's going to be very important come teamfight, because he's not actually building a teamfighting Varus, he's building lethality. And so if it comes down to a pure 5v5 teamfight, say 20 minutes in, given how behind Emil is, Absolved might just not have enough consistent DPS to go around to actually try and rival Split Raiders, so it might come to bite them eventually.
Yeah, it might be all about pick. And speaking of pick, J4 is in the bottom side. We're not going to have a look at that though. And now we are, but the Cataclysm was already used and got pick onto the Karma.
Yeah, I mean, Don Banida is just babysitting bot lane, which is exactly what we thought he would do. Now, Velia tries to go for Awaken, but his Steadfast Present is indeed fast, as now we will be seeing a replay of, I think, Bonakai just getting jumped on. Yes, that is... there isn't
I mean,
much
you can use the heal there, but...
Yeah, I think at that point you are glad that you can save the heal, because there is no way that you can escape the Cataclysm. Sure, you have the cleanse, but you can't cleanse yourself out of harm's way in that case. Neither the knockup, neither the Cataclysm, and so Bonakai just pays with the slide for face check and a brush where Don Bandida was sitting.
And Laggard picks up another kill as well onto this Varus, so he'll be able to pick up his Duskblade of Drakthar if he wants to go that direction at this early stage. But the rest of the team is starting to get gold around the map for the side of Split Raiders. You have the Camille that's ahead, you have Emil, sorry, you have Shambles. I just looked at Varus and immediately thought Emil, but Bonakai is in a lot of trouble. Here's Lantern, might go down even through the exhaust, just needs one more auto attack. We'll find that shutdown goal goes over to the Ash, but Don't Bandit is there. will miss the Dark Binding, but the Flag Drag is available. Gonna trade decent amount of damage back and decide not to go for it. They know that Camille is on her way. They have to get themselves away here. Person throws out the Tormented Soil. They're gonna go on to Nazgul here. We'll get the Flag Drag to safety. Gotta disengage.
Yeah, so a good fight coming there from Split Raiders. They will get the kills, or the kill rather. And also a juicy shutdown on the Electric God. He's already building towards the Blade of the Ruined King. I think he will be able to get at least the bow, if not the whole item from this back as well, because he is getting the turret plate. Now double TP coming through bot lane.
Yeah,
This is not a
Awakens on the
situation
wrong
to be
side of the rift here. He uses his steadfast presence, but there's no dash from Shambles. He'll be knocked back by the Keeper's Vertex. Joe Bandita
What?
is locked into the baby cage. Nazgul picks up that kill, gonna try and trade some damage back. Emil and Lag are trying their best, but Bea is onto Awaken. He doesn't have the steadfast presence for the additional movement speed or for the block. Flash forward from Shambles will just get him with the auto attack. His person is now caught out on the wrong side of the lane. He has to flash to safety, but look at Vea. He's going so aggressive here. Uses Sonic Wave, will not be able to get the Resonant Strike as it doesn't hit. Lagern is bursted down. Shambles picks up his third kill of the game. Emil trying to get the safety, but Vea is onto the backline. Will miss the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike yet again, but Emil, he is underneath the tower. Ash Arrow will manage to land. Sonic Wave Resonating Strike will finally hit, and he picks up the kill.
And this should be the outer turret in that bot lane going down for Absolved as well. And Split Raiders, they're just catching Absolved out in these scrappy skirmishes, in these scrappy team fights that you cannot predict. And Absolved, they're succumbing to it. They're slowly falling just because Split Raiders keep on finding these advantages. And at this point, you have a 3-0 Vladimir, a 3 kill on Lee Sin as well, 2 kills on the Camille. And if these skirmishes keep on happening, if Absolved cannot control the pace of the game by going for full front-to-back team fights and just wait for them, given that you have this this rise that you just want to see scale up, this game might just fall out of their hands once again.
Definitely might. 4,000 gold lead at 15, almost 60-minute mark. Person caught out. Solid Wave, Resonating Strike goes in. He goes golden just to buy a little bit of space as the chains of corruption will spread. Person will manage to get himself away. There's a decent amount burned just to try and get him out. Mounted Drake is being started off by STR. Person is so desperately low here. As the piercing arrow goes in, tags onto Shambles. They will pick up the Drake. They're onto Joe Bandita as well. He has the flash, will use it to get over the wall. They will not chase yet. Sonic Wave, will he take the Resonating Strike? That's a no. They are onto the Poppy, will use the ultimate, but will not get the disengage he's looking for. They're onto Lagern, but will not decide to go in underneath the tower. Lee Syndrome is not there today.
This game is just under full control of Split Raiders. They have so many moves that they can use to pick out the enemy lineup. They have the Ash Arrow, they have the slow from Ash and Karma. You have the Lee Sin, who is pretty much a pick out potential on his own. And they're just finding skirmish after skirmish after skirmish where they have the numbers. And now they also have better champions for that.
Yeah, they're just gonna burst down Lagern before he can do anything. Dope Bandita is onto the backline, but he is bursted for his life. Double kill for the Vladimir. He will find a return kill. But that's 1 for 3.
And it's the duality of man in this case, because if you are an AD carry and you have 4 kills, if people jump on you, you still pop like a balloon. If you have 4 kills on a Camille and someone jumps on top of you, the person jumping will die. So right now, Split Raiders are just much stronger than the lineup of Absolved because they don't have anyone who can peel for the Lagger, for the Rise. And it's just seeming like such a problem because Split Raiders, they have the second Herald, they're going to be in full control of the Drakes, Baron buff is going to be spawning in 2 more minutes, and they're in prime position to just take this one away.
It is 20 kills in not even as many minutes. You had a 4-0 Varus, but he's building lethality. He has scaled and done as much damage as he is almost ever going to do with his Umbral Glaive and with his Ghost Blade. he is not going to find any purchase in any of the following team fights because he's not going attack speed on hit and he's not going with crit. So neither of that late game scaling build for Avaris. So his job is almost done at this point.
And now you would kind of be expecting Rise to slowly start mounting up. Of course, it's just 20 minutes in, but at this point, if the Rise weren't so far behind, he would have the Rod of Ages possibly stacked, possibly finish the Rylai's with the Manamune stacked up, and he would start to inflict at least some damage, but he cannot. He just pops, as I said, like a balloon. You would also expect Poppy to have at least some defensive items. She doesn't have a single one completed, and so she cannot be the frontliner that you expect of her. And so Absolved, they cannot be going for fights, they cannot be going for skirmishes, and they just have to seed objectives.
But Karam, you have a 4-0 Camille. You have a 6-0 Vladimir.
Yeah.
At 19 minutes in, you're sieging onto 2 tier 2 towers. There's nothing that Absolved can do right now except play Gatekeeper, try and cull these waves, try and push them out, play the wave clear game.
Exactly. It's such a difficult situation to find yourself in, just because that's exactly the only thing you can do. As you said, just clear the waves out and hope that the enemy team does not do more. But as you see right now on Nazgul, he did have the Rift Herald prepared, he pops it in the bot lane, and you cannot clear out waves from this beast. You cannot even approach it. You cannot kill it. So this Herald will get so much work done. He will charge into the inhibitor turret as the arrow connects.
Ash arrow connects. Tides of Blood will stop him with the steadfast presence, but the chain of corruption will connect. He has bursted down now, godlike for this Vladimir. Sanguine pulled to safety as the piercing arrow was dodged away from what a good Proto Belt there, but gets back onto Lagger, and he's dead to rights here. Goes forward with a hook shot, but Shambles is now legendary as Awakened. He's tanky, but he's not that tanky.
Shambles.
He's bursted down with the Tides of Blood. A triple kill thanks to the transfusion, looking for the Quadra. Tides of Blood finds it.
That's a quadra kill, and that might as well be the game taken by Split Raiders. 20 minutes in, just 6 minutes since the third place expired, and already they're looking to just take the Nexus as Don Bandita is the only one left standing.
That game is dead to rights. 1 versus 5, he can do nothing there. They're just gonna focus the Nexus down, and STR Split Raiders demolish ABV in the third game. I was gonna say their second win, but
Yeah,
stopped what I was gonna say.
I feel like this series is just a stomp after stomp after stomp. First one was for
First one was
Absolved.
a warm up.
It was still a stomp though. Like Absolved controlled the entirety of that game, and now Split Raiders, they're just in utter control on the second and third game. And if the fourth game keeps on going this way, it's going to be Split Raiders taking their position next to Sparks in the finals, which once again is not necessarily what a lot of people expected, though this is perhaps more expected than the Sparks victory.
And I'm still having the question mark over this lethality Varus. We saw it find great purchase in the first game, where they got their only win so far.
Yeah.
But you were 4-0, ending 4-4, and your game was over as this Varus because you just couldn't do any damage once you use your piercing arrow and your blighted quiver and then your E as well. Like once you use those 3 abilities, just you're done, you're gone. You're not able to do any damage. You're just bursted down and you're just CC'd to all hell. Shambles ended 11-0, deathless top laner and mid laner.
Yeah. I mean, this game was just under complete control from Split Raiders, just because once again Valia was able to control the pace of it. But this time around, it was also the solo laners. It was Shambles and Nazgul just taking over the game, and it was also the quick thinking of Split Raiders of slotting themselves into matchups where they were able to do something. I mean, Absolved tried to use the teleports to get their Poppy into the Camille,
Mhm.
to get the Rise into the Vladimir, but Split Raiders always responded, and sure, maybe they gave away 1 or 2 minion waves in the process, but ultimately they were able to still get good matchups, and to disallow Absolved from achieving their game plan, they tried to babysit bot lane and get Lagger ahead, but that didn't matter in the end when you had this incredibly powerful jungle and top lane synergy of Camille and Lee Sin that just absolutely curb stomped Emil's Rise to death.
Okay, before we go to a quick break, one question. What do you do as Absolved? How do you change your
Ooh.
draft to get a win? You need to win 2 games in a row now to actually make it to the finals. If you drop one more game, you're going to be against NSG.
I feel like at this point you have to go early game. That is not necessarily what they have tried. However, I still have fond memories of Emil's Lucian, his Cassiopeia, if it goes through,
Yes.
which it didn't. However, you can still lock in early game. The Syndra was also banned out, but I believe it was in second rotation. I think.
First rotation, last
Oh,
ban.
never mind. First rotation. So, however, there are still picks that you can try and go for. Pair it up with an aggressive early game jungler for Don Banita. He can play the Lee Sin, take it away from Velia, and just try and win in the jungle. That isn't necessarily something that they have tried, but if Velia and Nazgul are as good as they are, and we cannot forget Shambles this game. Like, he was
Yes.
unchained. If they can try and step up to them in their own game, then we can start talking about them taking back the W.
Well, we are going to go to a quick break. We'll be back very, very soon for our match point in the match between STR and ABV. Don't go anywhere.
One day of my life, let's color it outside the lines. So bright, brighter than the rainbow. One night that we live tonight, let's ride till we're out of sight. So far, so they never fade down our halo. Oh, let it go. Oh, let it go. One moon to inspire these lines, one love to ignite our hearts, one song we'll be singing out loud. Oh, there's no stairway to the sky, but I believe it is a trap. We'll fly, fly so high, no they can't make us come down. Oh, let it go. Oh, let it go. I stay good to you and don't come back firing, if I play nice to you and don't fight back, I remember the nights, don't regret any time. So if I remain good, it don't mean that I should. 'Cause I if I stay good to you and don't come back firing, if I'm a fool for you and don't attack, I remember the nights, don't regret any time. So if I remain good, it don't mean that I should. 'Cause I never really regret nothing, but I never really forget nothing. Every little word you said means something. I'll never really forget. 'Cause I
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are to match point between Split Raiders and Absolved. Split Raiders that have the 2 wins over the 1 win of Absolved. And Absolved, they're on the ropes. They've lost 2 convincing games in a row. They have to win 2 now to have that chance of going against Sparks in the finals of next week. Otherwise, they will be going against NSG for that 3rd place prize.
Yeah, as you're saying, they have to go for a reverse sweep in this best of 5 series, and I genuinely expected that we wouldn't be getting a reverse sweep from any team here. I thought that it would be very even and that both teams would be going for different strategies. And so far, I don't think we really saw a strategy. We saw only Velia running over the Absolved lineup and his team supporting him in these scrappy skirmishes and these scrappy team fights, and it's just working out for them so far. And Absolved, they have to do something to try and combat that, else, as you said, they're going to be going against NSG.
And in the 2nd game, it was the Velia show. In the 3rd game, it was Nazgul and Shambles that stepped up. Shambles and Nazgul both going deathless in their respective lane. 11-0, 4-0 on the Vladimir and Camille. Nazgul has a pretty mean Camille, so I think it is worth a ban if you decide to go that direction, if you don't want to see that being picked up by him, because if it's left up, you have to feel that he will be picking it.
Oh, yeah, so Camille can be definitely picked up by Nazgul. I'm still on the fence of if there is going to be a big change in the bans that we see from Absolved. If you do want to focus Nazgul a bit more, we do see the Camille now, so the answer to that is yes. Now I'm trying to think of what it was in the first ban rotation before that. It was Cassiopeia, Syndra, and something else.
They banned Lulu last game.
Oh,
yeah.
Of course they banned Lulu. Why wouldn't they?
Lulu's OP. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, we saw that. We saw that in the 2nd game, huh? On the other side, however, we still see the typical bans coming from Split Raiders, the Rek'Sai and Zillion. Nothing that they need to change so far because it has been working out for them with no hiccups, or well, some hiccups, but more or less without them.
Well, seeing that Zillion take it away is still showing that respect for how good that Zillion was in the first game. It didn't get a lot of kills, but it did have a lot of utility to it, so was able to keep people alive with that chrono shift. But still banning away that Syndra. Don't want that flex pick for Emil and Lagern. And it's a first rotation Lulu. I think the look on your face just, says it all.
Huh?
Lagern, all the extra Lagern basket, just, let him be the hard carry. Emil, nah, never mind him. Awaken, never mind. Don't ban it. Nope. All in Lagern, just everyone play a support. Go Braum jungle, why
Yes.
not? All full
Yes.
comp.
Okay, I'm all for that. No, I mean, I'm trying to I'm working in my mind why you would first pick Lulu. Take it away from
for
Split
the
Raiders.
flexibility of the picks, since it can
Yeah,
go
right. That's also the
places,
only
but,
reason why I'm thinking, because sure, you can put it into mid lane, you can put it into support role, you can put it in the top lane, and that's the only places you can put it. But it's still a flex pick, and they don't really give away much, at least right now. If they do slot it mid lane, I'm going to be a bit disappointed because what I wanted from Absolved was a powerful mid lane and jungle synergy, so that they could combat Velia and Shambles, or Velia and Nazgul in their own jungle. And if it is slotted into mid lane, then that is not going to happen. However, given that there isn't something incredibly potent locked in for bot lane right now for Split Raiders, Absolved might just be happy with putting Lulu in the bot lane, into the support position, and just banning out the hard counters, the hard engage champions in the second ban phase.
What do you lock in for the AD carry position with this Lulu? Do you go Twitch? Do you go Cogmal once again? Just run it back like we saw with Electric God? You have the Kindred as well. Looks like they're going to go for Xayah.
Ooh, okay. That does work with a Lulu. Of course, Xayah is a rather strong hyper carry. Not as big of a hyper carry as, say, Kog'Maw or Twitch, as you said, but she still does work with a Lulu right now. Split Raiders, they're looking to lock themselves a support so that it doesn't get taken away or banned away in the second rotation. And it's going to be the Taric, so possibly once again putting Electric God on a carry, taking away the Rakan from the Lovers Duo.
Yeah, they're kind of expecting that Lulu to be a solo lane Lulu, so banning away the Rakan is pretty good. As you said, take away the Lovers Duo, but do you ban away Morgana? Do you ban away Karma, something that can pair up nicely with the Xayah? Or do you go for something a little bit more tanky? We see Nautilus, that's the one I wanted to say. Nautilus locked in with the likes of Xayah and Kai'Sa quite a lot. And on the other side, Absolved, pick away the Callista, which we saw earlier on, paired up with the Taric.
Yeah, so the Kalista Taric combo is also not going to come to fruition. Awaken's Ornn has been banned as well. The top laner from Split Raiders is likely not slotted in just yet as well. We are expecting Shambles to be taking the role of a Vladimir player, as he was last time around, ending up deathless with 11 kills to his account. So, of course,
decent enough. Pretty good.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And of course, the respectable Aurelia ban for Nazgul. Yeah, so
Don't talk about hovers.
okay, yeah. No, don't talk about hovers. Okay.
They already have their jungler locked in, so it's not going to be a Master Yi unless it wants to be solo lane Master Yi.
So top lane Master Yi, dude, I'm down for that. You've got the Taric. That works. That works, baby. You don't have
there
to
we
Lulu.
go. Move to
Okay.
Caitlyn. Go with something a little more conventional.
Yeah, you're going with the conventional AD carry pick here. You already know what you're playing into. Likely, there's still the possibility of Lulu going mid lane, which is what you preluded to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, don't talk about hovers. But if
they're listening, I mentioned Twitch earlier. That's why.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. If it is going to be Lulu, Xayah playing into the Taric and Caitlyn, there is the potential for the Caitlyn to take over very quickly, as she does outrange Xayah. So it can be something that Split Raiders want to play through. However, it's likely just going to be Valia's show once again on this season, trying to take over the game with the support of either Nazgul or Shambles on this Vladimir. Of course, Vladimir isn't the strongest duelist in the early game, so you have to lock yourself in something to top lane, possibly a Fiora. don't talk about hovers, man. Like every
Why
single
are
time.
you doing this to
I
yourself?
don't know. I look at it. Okay, I look at the screen and I see the champion, and I get internally like excited, and then I realize that's not a thing. I cannot talk about that. But
No, until it's locked in, you can't really talk about it unless it could be like a legit pick. Like the Fiora is being hovered right now. Doesn't mean it's
Yeah.
gonna be locked in.
it's the
It isn't
Jax.
even locked in. It's the Jax. Yeah.
That is not what I expected at all. But it does go along the champion pool of Nazgul, which is basically
Mhm.
everything that doesn't want to just sit in lane for like 20 minutes, not doing anything, and then go into a team fight. So, Jax.
Split push.
Sure.
Just
I mean,
Trinity Force, Blade of the Rune King, just
Yeah.
perma push.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if the situation develops the same way that we did that it did last time around, we're just going to see Velia and Nazgul running about the map together, just taking names and kicking rears. And if the Jax gets very fat, the Awaken is not going to be able to do anything
No.
into him, and neither is going to be anyone else, because a fat Jax is a fat Jax. Even after Rasheen, he has a very similar situation with a Camille, where he just pops off. I remember playing into a Jax support, and he built Sheen, and he dealt like half my HP when I was playing Isaiah, so that was very fun. Of course, this is top lane, so different rules applying, but still.
And I'm a little bit trepidatious about this this Cho'Gath for Awaken because I don't remember him using Feast once in the last game that
Oh
he played
yeah,
Cho'Gath.
that's true. I don't remember that
So-
either.
I mean, it can be a decent pick into the Jax, especially if he jumps onto you, then you just get an easy rupture, and then you have the Vorpal Spikes, you have your Feral Scream as well, just for the added security of the silence. But if you can't get your Feast off, if you haven't shown any Feast in a 20-something minute game that we saw last time, it just feels like as if it's in favor of Nazgul, even if on paper it could go even.
I mean, eventually, like, Jax is going to outscale you no matter what happens.
Of
the
course,
game
even if you
goes
go
on for long
AP,
enough.
but you're even squishier if you go full AP.
Yeah, exactly. And I really am unsure if you want to be going AP on this Cho'Gath, because sure, you do have the poke potential if you're playing into a Jax, and with AP it's going to be pretty dang great. You will be able to possibly freeze Jax even, and make sure that he doesn't access the creeps. But then when you move into the team fights, you don't have a tank once again, and
Yeah.
it's been a problem for both teams really that they don't have a single tank in their lineup. This time around, Split Raiders have the Taric. But if Absolved get an AP Cho'Gath on their side, it's like Donghua said, just because you have a lot of HP doesn't mean that you're tanky.
Yeah. And this is exactly the adaptation that we wanted from Split Raiders as well. We mentioned that Bonakai does play the Taric. He plays things like Thresh as well. He plays Leona. So it's good to see him on an engaging sort of tanky support that can help in team fights as well. And then you could play Gatekeeper when you're just having the Kindred try to jump onto you. You have the Cosmic Radiance, you have the Dazzle as well. Just playing Gatekeeper trying to keep Electric God alive. But you're also tanky. You're not just going to be
Yeah.
bursted down.
And so far, it's helped him immensely.
Yeah.
As a professional would say, he hasn't been inting.
That's the technical term for it, yes.
Right. And so the question becomes once again the duel between Velia and Don Bandit.
Mhm.
Because it
I
has
mean,
been the
right.
name of the series.
It has, but Nida needs to go for these aggressive invades, but does he have the priority in any of his lanes to facilitate that invading? And even if he does, can he 1v1 the Lee Sin in these early levels without
Yeah.
Lux?
That is exactly what I'm questioning, and I think that a basis Kindred will not be able to outduel
yeah.
a base Lee Sin. And if that is the case, then Kindred is going to be locked out of the enemy quadrant from the enemy jungle just entirely. And you will have mid lane for you. I believe that as long as Azir has mana, he should be able to outpush Vladimir. He should have the priority in there, and Awaken should also take control over the top lane matchup. So you will have the lane, we'll have the laner's support, but still, if you're fighting in the enemy jungle, the enemy mid laner and top laner will still be able to rotate over there as well. And if you're not strong enough to 1v1 the enemy jungler, I'm unsure if you will be able to take the fight to them at all.
We'll just have to wait and see how it will play out. Dopanetta did a pretty mean Kindred earlier on today, but Lee Sin for Vea, he had a spectacular game on it last game, helped facilitate Shambles and Nazgul pretty decently. And Shambles, can he go deathless again on this Vladimir? We're just about to load up into the game. Still some question marks on the side of Absolved for me, at least. This Cho'Gath pick and then the Lulu in the bottom lane, I feel like as if it's a little bit too squishy. And as we mentioned before, having no dedicated tank, especially if you're going full AP on this Cho'Gath again, like we saw earlier on, can be the last nail in the coffin for Absolved, as this is match point in our 4th game of the day.
And Absolved have to come up with something, because if they don't, well, as we have preluded to it before, it is off to the losers bracket where they will be meeting Nuclear Storm Gaming. And you said that the Lulus are very squishy, and I have to concur with that. However, you do have the Azir and Zaya to play around, and both of them work very nicely with something like a Lulu. So if you go into the late game, you will have that sort of synergy. But even despite that, I am really unsure whom I would give the title of a better scaling team, especially if Awaken goes for the full IP, because then you don't really have the strong front line. You still have the Kindred's Lampeter's Bite, however, which could balance things out at least a tiny bit.
And you can always use the Dragon Rage kick from Vea as well to kick him out of his own ultimate. So it's an interesting interaction when that does happen. But you do have a lot of scaling on both sides, as you said. You have the Caitlyn, Vladimir, you have the Jax, but you have the Zaya, you have the Azir, and then in some ways you have the Cho'Gath, but you also have the Kindred, who has infinite scaling if you could keep picking up these marks. But you have to try and pick up these marks. That's the kind of the big question in our minds at the moment. Can you actually invade? Can you get these marks early on without having to just pick up all of these kills?
Yeah, exactly. And we'll have to wait and see, really, as both of the junglers are currently taking their first camps on the opposite side of the map. I'm actually curious where Velia will be, where he will be focusing, if it's going to be trying to get this eye ahead. Likely not. I do expect, or sorry, I'm an idiot. Yeah, if he will be trying to get his Caitlyn ahead. There we go. That is a possibility, as a Bonacay trades already, chunking Lulu very low.
Very nice trading onto person there. Glare Lance will do next to nothing, but we're not expecting it to be in favor of Zaya and Lulu in this early stage. Decided to go with the Exhaust as well for the AD carry. Exhaust and heal into heal and ignite. But the early one minion wave priority is in favor of STR in the bottom lane at this point. But the invade is coming through from Vea. He is on to Don't Ban Nita. Just gonna try and steal away some of these jungle camps, as Awaken will just be stunned down by the E from the Jax.
I am actually uncertain if Velia managed to find anything. I don't think he did. He isn't marked, so it wasn't really a contestation about that. There might be a fight about the Wraiths, but given that Velia does not have support of his mid laner, he will be forced to peel back, and things are back to their normal, calm self.
And he's level 2 to level 3. He hasn't picked up as many camps as Don't Ban Nita because he went for that invade and found nothing for it. So he is a little bit further behind than he otherwise would be. But the mark is towards this bottom side onto that Rift Skull, and it seems like Vea will be able to pick that up for himself and deny that away from Don't Ban Nita. But we are into another pause. Had to be one pause every 2 or 3 games. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an EU tournament otherwise.
Yeah, see...
Electric God has DC'd, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I would say it's fine, but it's not. I mean,
it will be fine.
It will be fine.
The world.
Eventually. You said that we had to have a pause every single match, which luckily hasn't come to fruition. So far, they have been rather quick games, as none has lasted over 40 minutes. I think the first one was the longest one, and it took like 30. So so far we have been in a rather quick series, and this game is looking to be a bit similar. Of course, we were expecting, for example, from the first game to be incredibly scaling and just laid back, and that didn't happen, like,
No.
at all. There were fights all over the place, so we can expect it to happen in this one as well. But of course, we'll have to get out of the pause first.
But where are we expecting the map state to transition to at this point? It's only 3 minutes in, so not much has really happened. Vea is the tiniest bit behind his jungle opponent, Don't Ban Nida, denying a mark now onto this Rift Skull. But both junglers will get a Rift Skull apiece. Do they start ganking lanes at this point? Vea very open to actually be able to gank lanes with the Sonic Wave and Resonating Strike. And Don't Ban Nida, he has his hop, skip, and jump as well. So do you start prioritizing lanes at this point?
I think that Velia can start to prioritize lanes. He still does have 2 camps left in the bottom side jungle, so right now he could go for a gank in the bot lane after he picks up that scuttle, and then slot back to jungle, back for the jungle enchantment, and then back top lane. On the other side, Don't Ban Nida, given how Nazgul is pushed up right now, he does have it warded. However, if they go into that lane and Waken does hit a good rupture on him, they can still burst him down very quickly. Of course, this is Jax before he hits his ultimate or any defensive items, so he is pretty dang squishy. So the junglers definitely can start prioritizing lanes already, and if that happens, we can expect a snowball to happen pretty quickly.
And that's exactly what Absolved need. They need a snowball in this game because they need 2 wins in a row to book their ticket to that finals. Otherwise, if they drop this game, they will be booking their tickets to that losers bracket for that 3rd place spot.
Yeah.
And it will be STR making their way against SPX next week.
Exactly. And you're saying that they need a snowball, and that is definitely true. Of course, that has been the name of this entire series. But when you look at the lineup, it doesn't necessarily have to be so. You have the Azir, you have the Xayah, you have the Kindred, but all of the champions scale really well with their respective items, and if you just give them time, they will be coming online. However, on the other side, you have the Jax, you have the Vladimir, who like to do exactly the same thing. So in the end, it might just fall down to the execution of the team fights or the skirmishes, rather than just one team having a more specific win condition than the other.
Well, which team either scales harder or just has better or easier ease of execution? Because it feels like both are scaling monsters in 2 or 3 different respects. But in some ways, I feel like Split Raiders comp is a bit easier to execute somehow.
Yeah, I am a bit... I'm trying to think about that, because on the other side, you have Absolved, and you do have Awaken who went for the Grasp, so it does mean that he will be building tanky, and so you will have the front line and the strong AoE engage in him, and you also have the Azir with the Shurima Shuffle and the Emperor's Fight, so he will be able to get these big team fight engages off. And on the other side, you have just Taric, and you have the Jax, sure, but that one isn't necessarily going to be bringing that much AoE engaging into your composition, so it might just be Split Raiders with an easier execution of those team fights if the game comes to a state where it's 40 plus minutes in, all the carries have their items, and it's just up to them to dish out the damage.
We'll have to keep an eye on that. A little bit of chip damage goes down. This is a flash forward. Ignite goes in as well. Dazzle connected onto person, but they don't quite have enough damage to finish him off just yet.
Now that's actually a great trade for Absolved, because now Bonakai doesn't have any of his summoner spells, and person will be able to heal up. So now, Split Raiders, the support is open and prone to a gank if Don't Ban Nida comes by.
And he is pinging in the bottom side. I think they're aware of the vision established already in favor of STR in that Tribe Rush, but Lee Sin is towards his bottom side as well, as the Drake is just about to spawn. Person is still very, very low here, as Electric God has a lot available to him. Looking for it to make a gank happen in the bottom lane. Lagger goes forward. They're onto Bonakai. They know exactly who they want to target. Dazzle will miss onto everyone. Bonakai will be burst down first blood, but Vladimir comes in through the teleport. Person will just be bursted down himself. And yeah, that is just sickening amounts of damage. They have to walk their way away, and that is a 1-for-1 at the bottom side. Knockout comes through. Shambles in a bit of trouble. He doesn't have his ultimate available. He has to flash away. will be able to pick up this Infernal Drake on the backside. Goes in with the counter strike. Will be able to find the stun onto no one. Lagger
He's coming in.
next to no mana, but picks up another kill. They just waited so long. They thought they could pick up another pick, but they just give up another kill for no reason.
Yeah, they give up a kill, and Valiant the entire time was doing an Infernal Drake, which is a good objective, sure, but if you're giving up kills for it, I am a bit unsure if that is a worth the trade. Luckily for Absolved, or luckily for Split Raiders, no bigger objectives amount to what they have just gathered from the side of Absolved, so it's still a worth the trade in the long run. However, giving 2 kills to Kindred, we've already seen how quickly that can get you out of control.
It is a good start for Don't Ban Netta, but can it spell a win? Will we be going to a game 5? We'll just have to wait and see. It is 2 kills and 2 assists on the side of Absolved. Only 1 kill and 1 assist for Split Raiders. So good start for Absolved, but they need to take it and run with it. They only have a 500 gold lead so far. Electric God ahead in the CS in the bottom lane by about 14.
So these discrepancies are slowly starting to build up. Of course, it is going to get better for the Xayah as she gets access to items and is going to be able to step up to the Caitlyn in the top lane. Jax is just freezing the lane away from Awaken. However, he is actually losing out on the creeps because there is a massive minion wave that is going to be crashing into Awaken's turret, or his turret, and he'll be able to pick it up without much issue. So he's pretty happy with the state of that lane. And so they're just slowly farming up. Of course, Awaken still playing a tanky Cho'Gath. He won't really be able to contest Jax that much because he doesn't have enough poke, and Jax will be able to just run him down. But this isn't about the lane, it's about being useful for your team.
Yeah, it's trying to be more useful than your enemy laner.
Yes.
That's all you have to do, and as a Cho'Gath that's building full tank, you can be that, especially if Nazgul kind of opts into more split push rather than anything else. You can be a bit more useful in these team fights, but at this point with the Kalos Veons, with the Rejuve beat as well, you're not going to be too tanky, so you can still take the worst wear in these trades against Nazgul. Trading in the bottom lane as well, Person takes a headshot to the face.
And outside of that, not much is happening right now. We're just seeing the laners farm up, which in this case is actually going to be favoring Don Banita quite a lot because he does have the 2 kills. I can't see, does he have the warrior finished already? Yes, he does. So right now he should actually be able to step up to Velia. Of course, Velia still has access to his ultimate, so I am a bit unsure how that 1v1 would fare, just because you mentioned this in the draft, but Lee Sin can kick Kindred outside of her Lambda's fight. So, bit unsure who would actually win that encounter, but right now, not much is happening like that. Don Benita has been spotted out though.
Yeah, they're aware that he is there. Will smite away the blue buff though, so good pickup there. Looks like they might go for a tower dive here, as Don't Benita does have the Lamb's Respite to his name. Looks like just gonna back away. Ace in the hole comes through. He's shielded up by the Lurley, so not gonna do that much damage.
And mid lane has been very calm as well. It's just Azir Vladimir matchup. Azir pokes, Vlad heals. They both get farm and both are very happy. Everyone is friends and all is peaceful.
Yeah, he's just going for a cooldown sort of build right now. He has 20% CDR thanks to the Kindle Gem and the Fiendish Codex. Just gonna be trading back and forth once again. Lee Sin forces bottom side, knows that Kindred wants to pick up this Rift Scuttle. Bonakai rotating over as well. The mid laner is looking to make tracks down too. Can he steal it away? Sonic Wave Resonant Strike is available. Will not be able to take it away. Goes forward with the Stream Shuffle. But nothing really gonna happen from that. And it's a nice mark picked up by Don't Ban Nida.
Yeah, definitely. A bit uncertain what the amount of marks on him right now is. If we could ask for that very pretty please. 1.
Just the 1. Okay.
Okay, that's nice. I'm surprised that out of the 2 kills that happened in the bot lane, he didn't have a single mark on them. But
didn't kill Lee Sin, and I think that he had Lee Sin
yeah.
marked.
Oh yeah, true, because he wants to be counter jungling. Okay, makes sense. Now, speaking of Don Banita, he's sitting in that bot lane, want to be spotted out as he enters this brush. Looks like he goes to the alcove, but Lee Sin is there as well.
Yeah, both teams want to go aggressive here, but they don't want to pull the trigger because they don't want to give away that the jungler is there. Just gonna put up the thumbs up, be like, hey, what's up? So Lee Sin's just gonna back away. Kindred's gonna go through the river as well. Ocean Drake has just spawned, the second Drake of the game, so we'll have a Mountain Drake or a Cloud Drake for the soul. It looks like Kindred has started off onto the Drake.
Looks like that indeed. Bot lane pressure currently in the hands of Absolved. There's no notice to Split Raiders that this is taking place, and it will be the uncontested Ocean Drake over into the hands of Absolved. This is just a clean play.
Yeah, Sonic Wave versus a strike. Lamb's respite. He kicks him, but not out of it. Faya will heal up. He flashes away, but he will be going down here. He's in the hole. Will be blocked by a lagger. Good play there.
Yeah, it was a very premature
Oh,
kick.
Awaken solo kill.
What?
Underneath
What?
the tower. He finally feasted someone. And he's going tanky Cho'Gath and he gets the kill. He doesn't get the kill when he goes AP.
I mean, that's just I don't know what to say to that. That should not happen at all, but Awaken somehow manages it. First kill of the game, and Absolved are absolutely on the board. 2k gold ahead of their opponents. Most of that sitting on Don Bandita as well as Emil and Awaken. We are going to be getting a replay of what happened.
Yeah, it's just a good rupture. Flash forward, knows that he has the
Jesus.
feast. Third health, just nom nom nom.
Just nom nom nom, as you say. I mean, this is not how I was anticipating the matchup to go. I did expect Joe to be able to do something, given that he does have more of a range, but I thought that Jax would be able to step up to him. Of course, Jax hasn't necessarily finished his Blade of the Ruined King just yet, and as soon as he has the Borg, it might change.
Well, he flashes forward. Lee Sin
Oh,
uses
no.
the Rift Herald, misses the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike. Will ward hop in, but I think he assumed that he had
Yeah,
a ward.
I think that's exactly what happened. He doesn't have a controller in his inventory, so he couldn't do a proper ward hop to begin with. And in the end, the gank goes successful? As they
I
are
mean,
taking...
yes.
Yeah, they're taking turret plays, but now...
Collapsed, though.
Yeah,
Here comes the teleport from the side for the Cho'Gath, goes in with the Streamer Shuffle. Vaya taking so much damage here as Awaken. Might be able to find the Rupture. Teleport is being challenged, but it's a 4-second long teleport. He is into the backline, knocked back with the Emperor's Divide. Shambles has to try and make this fight work for them. Find the shutdown gold onto Kindred. He has so much damage, even with just the items that he has in his inventory. We'll trade a 1-for-1 and get a decent amount of damage down onto the tower.
I'm sorry. What was that damage from Shambles?
20% CDR and a needlessly large rod. I think all to be said there.
That is nutty. That is just disgusting. He 100 to 0'd the Kindred just like with the snap of his fingers. That was absolutely disgusting. And now one kill in this Vladimir. He will have to start pulling his weight, or not his weight, but
Everyone's
the
weight.
yeah, everyone's weight. He'll have to become a muscle man if he wants to be able to get the Split Raiders across the finishing line as the victors in the series, and he is poised to it. However, he is not going to have it super easy as he is building. He's playing into an Azir with a kill as well, and into a Kindred with 2. Of course, we have to look at Caitlyn, and Caitlyn, she is very fun. And she has an Infinity Edge finished already, so she is going to start hurting with each one of those headshots. Is just going to chunk you for so much, so we can expect the lane to sway away from the hands of the Absolved's lineup. Okay. Wasn't that
Interesting ace in the hole there.
Yeah, that wasn't that impressive.
I mean, you're against a Lulu, so you can just shield up Laggard.
Yeah,
Just let him take it to the face.
very true. Very true indeed. Now, this game is a farming simulator, and it's a change of pace after what we've seen already. The second Rift Herald will be taken by Absolved and
Just gonna let
Awaken.
him feast it up.
Oh, that's nice. It's like when it's like in Christmas, you leave one chair open in case a guest comes into your home, right? It's exactly what Don Banita did with the Rift Herald.
Yep, just allows him to have his feast.
Yeah. It's
But
fun.
this tower is so low in the top side because of the amount of damage that Nazgul can do with this Blade of the Ruined King. But he still needs to play kind of respectful, not scared, but respectful, because he is down by about half a level, and that's a 2-0 Cho'Gath. He has Kalos Veons, Glacial Shroud, and Ninja Tabi, so he's not exactly squishy. Not exactly very tanky at this point either, but still needs to play very respectfully here. Especially when you don't know where the enemy jungler is at this point. Don't think he was spotted out in the bot side until just now.
Yeah, now he knows that he can go a bit more aggressive. However, at this point, with the Blade of the Ruined King finished on Jax, he can't necessarily be super aggressive, just because Jax will be able to trade back into him as a Herald was popped and bot lane will be taking the turret. Velia.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on to Emil Lol here. Shurima Shuffle will knock the Lee Sin back. Use the Sanguine Pool for no reason at all, really. Mr. Sonic Wave cannot take the Resonating Strike in. Clear Lance gets the slow. That's dope bandit with kill. It is a mark as well, so that is the second, I think, mark for the Kindred. Flash forward, gonna try and chase Veya down, but he'll manage to get away.
Alright, so Velia manages to get away. I think what happened there was Shambles tried to dodge the Emperor's Divide with his Sanguine Pool. I think that's what happened.
Can you do that?
I don't think you can, no.
Which is why it's just like, okay.
Yeah, he couldn't go through it when he was in it, so I don't think he can dodge it. But he definitely went for it, and that's something worthy to note. And Absolved, they seem to be in control right now. They are slowly scaling up. They have picked up the kills on the necessary carries. Kindred is slowly getting her marks off of kills and also off of enemy jungle camps. And so, with Absolved in the prime control of this game, they might just look to continue, continue to farm up, go for some of these team fights that they are so good at, given that the Lamb's Respite as well as the Cho'Gath, who hasn't necessarily had too much of a light to shine with in team fights yet. However, they can definitely keep on trying to go for that, and when the Baron buff spawns, break the game wide open.
But item power spikes are being reached by members of STR. Rabadons, I should say. Not Randuins. Randuins would be a very weird itemization for Vladimir. Rabadon's death cap picked up by Shambles, as well as the 20% CDR that he already had. We managed to take away this Rift Scuttle. I think that it went in favor of Don't Ban Nida.
Yeah.
Was that a mark?
I don't think there was.
Oh, it wasn't. Okay. I thought I heard the mark sound, so
No,
just
it
me
wasn't.
going crazy, I guess.
Okay, so look at this. You're under the... Okay, never mind. I thought that Nazgul was just going to dive Lagger because he's a Jax and it doesn't matter that he's 1 HP. Yeah, he could have, I think. Doesn't go for it, and the top end turret is going to stand instead, and there is a motorbike going past my house. Amazing.
I wondered what that was.
Yeah.
But a full reset has come out from both these teams now. But looking to get a pick onto Lagger potentially here. The jungler towards the top side with the Jax. Bonikai waiting off in the wings, but he will be spotted out by that control ward if he makes his way into the river. Spots out Veya as well in the lane as Randuins gets him onto the face of the Vladimir, gets the knockup with the Rupture. He should be going down here, but the Transfusion deals a decent amount of damage. Tons of blood as well. He uses the Lamb's Respite, dashes forwards with Dance of Arrows. Look at the heal up, gets the knockup. But Shambles finds the 1-for-1 so far, and Ace in the hole will buy a little bit of space, but they'll trade it back.
Yeah, no Rupture available to Wig. He couldn't chomp. He couldn't chomp.
He doesn't have the CDR.
Yeah.
He has 10% CDR at this point. That's all.
Dang, just 10% CDR on the Cho'Gath. I remember Cho'Gath as like this big tanky dude, and now we're talking about just his AP counterpart. That's the only one that's really being played, so it's a shame, really. But
I mean, the only one that you ever see in like high tier pro play is just AP Cho'Gath, and it always loses.
yeah,
It's usually in LCK actually. They just go like Cho'Gath AP top and then do nothing for 20 minutes and then just die in a team fight and lose.
isn't that the LCK way though?
Yes. LCK top tier, 2K20. No.
All right. Now, the situation we're always talking about the power spikes. Shambles is still yet to finish his brother build because he rushed the Rabadons instead. Emil is building slowly to what I assume to be the Luden's Echo, and after he has that, it's extra CDR, baby. That's what we love. That's what we love over here. He's also going to start popping the hell off, as we say.
Ideally for Absolved. Although he's been doing pretty well himself anyway,
yeah.
without this 2-item power spike, 2, 0, and 2, 200 CS, so he's up by about 3 waves over his opponent almost.
Yeah, and it's like the Azir special. Like, I feel like when you describe to someone the definition of scaling, you pick Azir just because it is such a traditional pick into a scaling composition, because he's always so good late game, just because he deals so much damage with every single one of his auto attacks through these soldiers. And you have the hard engage, you can peel for yourself, you can dash, you can do anything except pay for a Disneyland ticket, I suppose.
Can't do that with gold.
I mean, not League of Legends gold.
No, not League of Legends gold. But they are starting off onto this Mountain Drake. Looks like it will go over uncontested. Second Mountain Drake of the game for Absolved. And if they get one more, that will spell the Mountain Soul, which will be really, really good for Awaken. Not sure that Nazgul can do too much against him in that solo lane once he has that Mountain Soul shield.
Yeah, I mean, Nazgul is in he's in a tough position because he is 1-3 on this Jax, and when you're this far behind on a split pusher, you're not really filling in your role. You're meant to be like this scary raid boss inside of the side lane that you need a full party of well-equipped adventurers to try and kill.
Go for the 1v2 here. He gets the stun with the pullback of the Feather. Shambles gonna be cut down. Don't ban Nita for his 4th kill.
Yeah, and right now it's not Jax who is the raid boss, and it isn't the Vladimir who is the raid boss either. He does have a lot of damage, sure, with this Rabadon, but he's not the full raid boss yet. He's in a hold.
Actually does decent damage now, even through the shield. They gonna go onto Don't Ban Nita, but he's 2 levels behind. He has to get himself away. He can't even go into his own jungle at this stage.
Yeah, and this is how we expected Absolved to play. The kind of controlled pattern. They aren't falling to any skirmishes that Split Raiders would try and inflict on top of them. And
But where was this Absolved 2 games ago?
yeah, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I think it may be as a result of Velia not having anyone incredibly strong to play around with Jax giving a solo kill to Awaken very early on. They cannot really try and play together to get the Cho'Gath down, and you locked yourself in a relatively safe mid laner, so Velia wasn't able to do anything there either, and he didn't really pay attention to bot lane at all this game, so he didn't have an impact so far, and we're already 25 minutes in, and from this point on, Lee Sin is only going to be getting worse because he falls off super hard. I believe he's building a Black Cleaver right now so that he can at least be useful by chipping through Cho'Gath's shield, but he is slowly going to get worse and worse. And that's not what you want on Split Raiders right now.
No, definitely not. He just becomes an ult bot at a certain point, and Don't Ban Nita is just going to keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger as he picks up more and more marks. Needs to get the first 4 and then 3 every level after that of his passive. So he just needs 1 more because he's at 3 right now. Thank you to Reed for updating us on that. So almost at that first passive power spike with the mark of the Kindred.
Yeah, almost there. Hitting that at 25 minutes, or well, whenever he hits it, is not too shabby at all, especially given his composition, or his team that they just want to play for as long as they want. They do have these here, they have the Xayah, only makes sense. Now, 2 items have been hit on both the AD carries, so Caitlyn does have the Stormrazor and Infinity-ish, so she is going to hurt. Same can be told about the Xayah, 50% crit chance on both of these characters.
Will be doing a lot of damage, especially Electric God with his headshots. He'll be doing even more damage once he picks up his Rapid Fire Cannon for the extra attack speed and the extra range too of his auto attacks. almost absurdly long-range auto attacks that she normally has will be even longer.
Yeah.
Gonna steal away the red buff here, spotted out by Ward in the Baron pit, but they know that they can't really do anything to try and stop him. Could always try and get some damage onto the Baron to force him away, but gonna be happy with maybe aggressing onto Lager in the middle lane here. He gets spotted out just out of the fog of war there.
It's out of the fog of war. We're seeing Emil having built the Luden's Echo as his second item. Now itemizing into what is a Zonia, which is a curious build, or a curious item to pick out, given that you're not really far behind. You're sacrificing some extra damage that you could be getting instead for the defensive ability.
I think it's for a little bit more health, and in case he's aggressed on by Vea, but in comes the teleport. They're looking for a fight here, 20 seconds until the Mountain Drake spawns. It will be sole point that we're on. Yeah, he has to flash away though as soon as he goes in. They're onto Person. Cosmic Radiance is being channeled. Awaken is onto the backline, but out comes the Lamb's Respite just to buy a little bit of space. Shambles is cut down. Dope Bandana picks up the first kill. Second kill goes over to Lager, and everyone on the side of STR are just falling. It is a shambles for Split Raiders. Dope Bandana picks up his second kill of the fight. That's 4 cut down. Mountain Soul will be picked up. He cannot take it out. He cannot steal it away. And Vea is in the enemy jungle. He should be taken out here. One more attack for the ace. They can go to the Baron.
And here is the issue. You now have the Mountain Cloud. Mountain Cloud. What?
Mountain Cloud.
Mountain Cloud. You have the Mountain Soul in the hands of Absolved. They are going to be so tanky. You look at Awaken and the shield that he's getting from this Soul, but it's not really your main issue. The main problem is that you have Shambles, who has so much damage on this Vladimir despite being 2 and 4. But it doesn't matter. You have the Lamb's Respite, and it doesn't matter that Vladimir will deal so much damage because he's not going to kill anyone. And as soon as Vladimir goes in with the full combo, when he uses all of his abilities, he's essentially useless and waiting there so that he can get his Q. Now, it was very smart for Nazgul to go back, TP into this fight with Home Guard and initiate it, but look at Shambles. He goes in, gets his damage off, but Dumpanita just uses the Lamb's Respite and they chip him down. Here he was just waiting to hit the Q, and when you take Shambles out of the equation, you have no damage to speak of, so they were able to just run the rest of the lineup down and secure the Mountain Soul.
Vea had his ultimate and used it, but he didn't use it on the right target. You need to use it on Don't Bandit, kick him out of his own ultimate, or kick Lager out of the ultimate so that he can go down. But everyone was allowed to stay in that Lamb's Respite, get the heal up, and they just took the front to back team fight. They made it look easy. It's 14-3. They are 7,000 gold ahead now. Awaken gonna try and get the 1v1 against Nazgul in the top lane. It looks like he actually can take it. It is in the Baron. A powered mini wave gets the knockup. He has the ultimate. He's him from half health. He is tanky. He cannot be taken out. He has an execute, Jax. You cannot be doing that. 15-3. They have Mountain Soul too. This game is just about over.
This game is, as you say, just about over. Baron empowered minions are now pouring into the base of Split Raiders as they are now laying a complete siege. Caitlyn is trying to set up a Normandy in that base, but it's not going to keep them out for too long. As if this keeps on going, they're just slow to take the inhibitor turrets. And I'm trying to think desperately of what Split Raiders can do at this point, because they're just so far behind in a team fighting composition into a team fighting composition. But it's a very difficult story.
They can't clear the waves. They don't have enough wave clear to respond to those 1-3-1. They have to go 5 against 3, and then top and bot are going to be pushed in. Look at Emil. He's just taking the bot lane inhib uninhibited. Top lane inhib is sure to follow as well as the rupture tags onto 1. They just need to wait for the wave to push in. They're going to take all 3 inhibs. They can take this team fight as well. There's just next to no gold on the side of STR. Split Raiders They're looking for a miracle team fight here, but Nexus Tower 1 will fall. Cosmic Radiance is being channeled. Will not do anything really. They'll keep alive in this fight, but can they take the team fight? Dopanninda channels his ultimate, but they picked off the Vladimir. Look at the damage. It's disgusting. We're going to go to a game 5. It is 2 apiece. Who will go to the finals? We don't know yet.
It's Silver Scrapes, ladies and gentlemen, as
is.
now Absolved and Split Raiders. They've showed us the best of their abilities, and I still think that every single game has been a stomp.
It has. The first
yeah.
one was the closest that we had. It was
Yes.
It was close, then stomp, 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 and stomp.
Yeah, and however, this one was a bit weird because, of course, it took the side of Absolved to kind of scale up. However, as soon as you had the items on Azir, the items on Xayah, when we look at the damage graph, surprisingly enough, Awaken out-damaged Xayah on his Cho'Gath. That is very peculiar. I did not expect that to happen at all. So props to Awaken, but it still was taken in a commandeering fashion. And moving into game 5, it's very exciting who's actually going to take it, because I feel like both teams can be the one to meet Sparks in the finals.
We've seen the best and the worst of both these teams today. Anyone could take the final game. It is pretty much a best of 1 at this point. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back for the last game of the day. Split Raiders versus Absolved. Don't go anywhere.
There's no Silver Scrapes. Really?
No.
You gave it up before you even tried, before you even gave it a shot. So why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? So find another way to get into my arms, to get into my heart again. Cause why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are into our final game in this best of 5. We went to all 5 games. Every single one of them pretty much has been a stomp. We've seen the best and the worst of both these teams. But who is going to take the final win is basically a best of 1 at this point. And Absolved, they've come off of one amazing win in the last 4 games. So maybe they can do it if they keep going, but I don't know where the smart money is, Karim.
I feel like Absolved have to kind of pursue this one strategy, and that strategy is don't fall into the trap that Split Raiders always set up for you, which is scrappy team fights and scrappy skirmishes very early on. If you fall into that trap, Split Raiders are very adept at just finding these pigs because they have such an aggressive jungler in Velia, and if you give him a couple of kills, he just takes over the game. Last game was exactly what they needed to do, which is just not give them the fight. They scaled, they found calculated kills with the with Don Banita, where he just scaled into Oblivion. You had Emil on a Nazir, and he also scaled really well, and Awaken was on a Cho'Gath, which I think should be banned, because he should not have been winning that much. And just don't give them the fights, and you should be golden in this final game.
So what do you do if you're Split Raiders? You just keep looking for these fights, or like what do you do? Because if Absolved do what you're saying and don't take these fights, don't give them these openings in the early game and just scale, then what do you do on the other side of Split Raiders?
I think that they can try and be going for these big fights, especially if they manage to lock themselves a very potent top lane and jungle synergy. If they don't, however, I am a bit uncertain how their team fighting fares in correspondence with the Absolved team fighting, because so far Absolved seem like the better team fighting team. So I think they just have to stick to their strategy. It has been working out for them. Make early game advantages for yourselves and then take over the game with skirmishing. It can work, as now Syndra, which has been banned out constantly this series, gets locked in by Absolved.
And then they first rotation pick the Lulu. So, I mean, it won last game, to be fair. So maybe it's secret OP strat. Yeah, it was on the side of Absolved, wasn't it?
I mean, I know, but did Lulu win the game is what I'm asking.
I didn't say that Lulu was the reason they won the game, but Lulu did win. It didn't lose.
Fair.
And they got the Aurelia.
Wait, Aurelia was left open? Oh,
yes.
I just realized that, like, Nazgul was always second phase in the pick and ban phase, and then he got the Aurelia banned out in the second ban round. So now he's on his signature pick. This is the pick that we know Nazgul for. If he doesn't manage to overcome all odds in the top lane, I think Split Raiders not deserve to lose, but like the chances for them winning are rather slim. However, they do give away the counter pick with them prioritizing the Aurelia, and Awaken could possibly just lock himself something like a Poppy. Instead, Absolved will be taking the Lovers duo to the bot lane once again, one of the strongest duos in the lane, in the game. And now, what do Split Raiders come up with?
My guess is that they'll lock in an AD carry here, just so that the AD carry pool isn't pinched. Looks like it will be the Kog'Maw once again. So Lulu Kog'Maw running it back a bit. They did get a win on that earlier on. So it's a good thing to have, especially when you have the signature pick for Nazgul in the top lane. It's not the Camille that we saw earlier on, but they are able to ban away some of these top laners that will be a little bit of a nuisance against the Aurelia.
I really do wonder if that Lulu is going to be going into the mid lane against the Rakan and Xayah. I don't think that it would be the case, which is why I see Absolved banning out the Morgana as a good thing. So it still can go into the support position. However, it can also go mid lane. Shambles, he tried last game, but it wasn't necessarily his best of games as a Vladimir player. So he just might be forced onto a Lulu. We never know, as the Puppy was taken off the board from Split Raiders. As I said, just a direct counter to Aurelia being taken off the board.
What do you do as a response to this Aurelia, though? We'll have to wait and see what they decide to do. Nidalee banned away now, as Vega has yet to pick up his jungler.
Right. Is it going to be the jungler now or the mid laner? You think that the Syndra is going to be going mid lane, so you
Mhm.
can lock in yourself something, say, like an Orianna. I know that
I was
is
just
in
thinking that, yeah.
Shambles' champion pool,
Mhm.
and you would have the consistent AP damage to transform the mid game into your advantage. Of course, if you find a skirmish and you get a really good knockup, then that can work as well. But instead, it is going to be the Lulu mid lane because Braum is slotted to pair up with Kog'Maw into the Lovers Duo.
Yeah, it's a pretty good lane for the Kog'Maw. Good to block out the Rakan, and it's a tank that we keep stating that we'd like to see Bonakai on these tanks because we feel like he has more impact in the game when he isn't just bursted down by the enemy. So I like that they locked in the Braum, but I'm still skeptical about this Lulu in the middle lane. But the Gragas is locked in. Don't ban Nida. Another early game now. AP jungler.
I just realized this is going to be a Gragas in the jungle with
Yeah.
Syndra in the mid lane into a Lulu. Oh god, like Shambles should not ideally get to play the game at all
No.
if you're an Absolved player. Because he should be babysat by the Gragas and Syndra. You get a single knockup on her, and the Lulu just evaporates from the burst damage that is Gragas and Syndra. So Absolved, they have locked themselves a pretty clear win condition with not too many weaknesses. Malphite into Irelia is a matchup that I'm looking forward to, given last game, given how Cho'Gath was able to beat out Jax for some reason. So it should
Gonna
be.
go full tank, or is he going with AP
Ooh.
Malphite burst
I
with electrocute?
I want to say AP Malphite, but I'm based, and it's not gonna happen because you already have two
Yeah,
AP
you're doing a lot of
carries.
AP. Yeah.
Yeah, but I would love to see just an overfed AP Malphite just like ramming himself into the enemy body and just demolishing someone. That it's always fun to see. Not fun to play into.
No. Especially as an AD carry where you have about 800 health and you just get one tapped by it, especially with electrocute where they just use their E as well. But we
Yeah.
have the Karthus locked in for Veya here, so picking that into the Gragas. What do you think of that pick? Since I think that the Gragas can invade really early if they get the priority. So I think it's a little bit of a weird one
That
there
is-
for me.
That is a weird one. I'm trying to think of. See, I'm trying to think of in which lane he will have a priority so that he doesn't get permanently invaded by Don Banita.
I mean, I feel like Sify could have gone with Elise here,
Yeah,
which would provide the AP that you want, and it would give you CC and better early game, and you won't be punished for
and
being a Karthus.
this time around they drag it all into late game, but I don't think they have enough of an early game to really sustain themselves. Their jungle and mid lane or jungle and top lane synergy don't necessarily work in a 2v2 because Gragas with either Malphite or Syndra is always going to be stronger than the Karthus with Irelia or a Lulu. You should have the priority, especially in the mid lane. Top lane, you might get priority, but from Nazgul. And in the bot lane, you should also be pushed in if you're Bonakai and Electro God. So Karthus might find it eventually rather tough because if he gets invaded and if he gets killed just once, if a couple of if a couple of his camps just gets taken away and Don Banita snowballs, like you cannot do anything as a Karthus. This is incredibly risky, but then again, we suffer from something that's called a caster curse. And so far, it has been very prevalent this series, so I am really uncertain of what will happen this game.
It really has, actually, and
Yeah.
I'm expecting for the Karthus to be invaded upon, killed, 3-buffed, and then pretty much be out of the game. But as
Yeah.
you said, Caster Curse is a real thing, so maybe Don't Ban Nida will be just, I don't know, invaded on by the Karthus and just get solo killed or
Oh,
something.
please, can we get a level 2 invade from Karthus and a double kill as...
Yeah,
as,
just have the Braum come in and the Kog'Maw come in with them and just auto attack someone to death using the Karthus.
Please, that would be so good. And a great way to end this series, this crazy series, which it has been. I predicted that it would be a bloodbath.
You predicted a 3-2 actually for Absolved.
I did predict a 3-2 for Absolved. I didn't think we would get here this way. I thought it was going to be Absolved playing their style and Split Raiders coming with something new. So to which Absolved would then answer with a win, and that Split Raiders would win once again, and then Absolved would take it. That's how I thought this series was going to go. Instead, it was Split Raiders taking 2 quick games off of Absolved just by catching them off guard with their scrappy style of playing, and Absolved is somehow clawing their way back by finally realizing how to play into it. And this game, I just don't know what to expect. Is it going to be Absolved utilizing the tools that they have locked themselves to actually snowball? Or are Split Raiders going to overcome all odds as they have done so far, like so many times?
It's literally anyone's series at this point, and we've seen so many sparks of brilliance from both these teams, but we've also seen where they just went to shambles.
Yeah.
And
I hate you, but yes, it's shambles.
almost anything can happen. Literally, almost anything can happen, and it's all down to the level 1, 2. I think. Well, definitely level 1 through 3, especially in this game.
I have to agree with you. So far, it has been pretty much the first 10 minutes, like altogether. They shaped the entirety of the game. Whoever got the most kills or the most gold, they won the game just with no competition whatsoever. Last game was different because no one really was in the driving seat until like 20 minutes in, where Absolved finally got the items and they just stomped over Split Raiders. But like before that, yeah, I have to agree. It's all about the early game. And from the draft alone, if we just take away the name tags, Absolved have the better early game composition and the better tools to snowball. But then we put on back the name tags, and it's anyone's game, really.
That sounds like a slight on Absolved, but I'm not going to correct you on it because I 100% agree with you. Level 1s seem to be better. The level 1 through 3 even seem to be better from the Absolved lineup. The Zyracon Levers Duo bot lane is such a strong and potent lane that it just feels like if they should win levels 1 through 6 and maybe even later into the game, even towards the mid lane, until you can get out of that laning phase and actually make moves across the map. But we are loaded up onto there for our final game of the day. We went to all 5 games. We went to our version of Silver Scrapes.
The Jazz Hop.
The Jazz Hop, the bop number.
Who is going to take title.
Who is going to take the final win today? Who is going to go home with the L and go up against NSG for that 3rd place spot next week? Who is going to go against Sparks? Or are you searching for someone with the Skittles here? Looking for the level 1 potentially. We'll miss the Dark Sphere 2. So just going to go for the usual lines of scrimmage in the end.
Yeah, so no invades. Both teams have to feel very cautious right now. So far, it's been whoever makes the mistake first loses the entire game. And so they went into this series very confident, and it resulted into a lot of fighting. And now it feels a bit like the spark is lost, as they don't want to make a single mistake because it could cost them the game and it could cost them the finals.
Definitely could. One slight misstep can cost them this entire game.
Yeah.
You have to play very, very carefully here. You have to play methodical, well thought out. Both junglers going to start off on their respective eastern and western quadrants. You got Elish from the top and bottom lane.
Alright, so Carter's going to be starting there. We are not really expecting him to do much, as now when we look at the matchups, Aurelia is actually being slotted into the Syndra, which is a matchup that can go both ways. Past level 6, definitely. Syndra, of course, does have the range advantage, but if Aurelia plays well around the minions, then she can find worthy trade on top of Emil, especially in a prolonged fashion. And Lulu in the top lane should be able to bully out Malphite at least a tiny bit to begin with.
Definitely should be range advantage, flipping the script really in these 2 lanes, as both junglers will be towards their top side quadrants now. But Gragas should be making tracks towards that bottom side as a pause comes through. Malphite already starting to take the worst for wear in that top lane.
Alright, it wouldn't be a square one final game of the evening if we didn't get a pause.
3 of 5.
Yeah, 3 of 5. I mean, that's pretty good, honestly, for our record.
It is. we could have had a heck of a lot more.
Yeah, we have been more unlucky in the previous games, or previous series. I'm trying to think of how many pauses we had like so far in quarterfinals. I know that in Split Raiders versus Lions Creed, there was a pause or two. Uncertain about how the rest of the games, or if they had pauses or not.
It's not something people normally just note down. It's like, oh my god, that's a pause, that's a pause,
We
that's a
should.
pause. We really should. Let's have a running tally of when players have paused it throughout the split, so we can see how many pauses there have been.
And then we can
Just like,
shame
oh,
them
that's all
publicly.
Yeah. I mean, we wouldn't have it for particular teams. We just have it like I think it's a running total. I think.
Yeah, okay. That works. I mean, we've got an emote of it already, so, you know, might as well do that, possibly for another split.
Yeah,
Stay
maybe
tuned.
next split.
Yeah. Stay tuned to the SQ1 Twitch channel.
But it's just a quiet game for the most part at this early stage. We weren't really expecting too much to happen, except maybe from the Don't Ban Nita side. Vea does have a bit of a better clear as this Karthus, so he is onto that Rift Scuttle. Gragas making his way towards the bottom side. They are a little bit pushed up there. Gets the knock up onto Bunakai there. Electric God will get his way away as the Knight goes down. He healed and flashed will make his way away. The stun comes through in the middle lane. Gets the Electrocute proc as well. Chunk to half health for Nazgul.
And now the problem becomes, Don Manita still can go everywhere. He can go to bot lane, especially now because Electro God does not have access to his summoner spells. He can still go top lane after Awaken hits his level 6 because they will just make Lulu evaporate. And he can still go mid lane because Emil has been doing really well with the Scatter of the Weak, just hitting Aurelia time and time again and just slowly chunking her down. So his options are very much open, which isn't something that Velia can say for himself. He requires full setup, so he can potentially go bot lane, and that's that. And the Gromp survives.
Still deleashed. Could we get a replay of that and then zoom in with slow-mo?
Oh, hell yeah. Please, please, that would be amazing. Now, the bot lane of Split Raiders are just getting pushed in. I mean, we expected this.
Yeah, this is kind of what we expected of the lane, though, because it's such a powerhouse. It
really is a powerhouse. So from Xayah and Rakan, they have so much kill potential that Bonakai and Electric cannot step up to the lane under normal circumstances. So they just sat under their turret, giving the pressure to the rest of their team, and given that the Mountain Drake is up, that can be the objective that Don Ban Nita will focus on.
And look at the CS difference between the two AD carries already. It's 24 to 45. That is just a ridiculous amount of CS difference at 5 minutes. That is 3-4 waves in the pocket, extra in the pocket of Lagger. And it doesn't even have the callback in the top lane with the Lulu being ahead. It's only ahead by about 9 CS at this point, which is about a wave and a half.
Yeah, so the CS advantage is definitely not that great for Split Raiders. Great for Absolved, of course, and the longer that you can kind of stall this Kog'Maw from achieving his scaling potential, the better for you. I mean, Xayah will always be spiking earlier than Kog'Maw to begin with, just because she already has enough damage with an Essence Reaver, and if you give her Infinity Edge, she really starts to hurt. So Kog'Maw, of course, relying on like 3 or 4 items, possibly even more than that. And this time around, he doesn't necessarily have the double Ardent support composition around him. However, he does have the Braum as well as the Lulu, so he'll still be able to team fight with some support.
Yeah, he goes in comes the teleport, flashes away, Vanguard's Edge comes out, tags onto both of them. Lulu is there if they want to go aggressive, but they will not. They'll just back away. Didn't manage to save the top laner, though, who's actually just playing in mid, so that is a good thing. But Absolved do pick up the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, it's one of the most anticlimactic things when you see that TP coming through, and you're like, oh god, what is going to come out of that? Like, it's flanking us. This TP is right behind us. Something's gonna happen, and then Lulu comes out of it, and you're just like, oh, well, that's nice. Yes, so Lulu wasn't able to accomplish much in
He's also going
lane.
AP, Lulu.
Oh, she is? Please give me a Luden's Echo, Lulu. if I can
I
ask
mean,
for
I'm
that.
feeling maybe Hextech GLP here.
Yeah,
last
it's gonna
chapter.
be a gulp. It's gonna be a gulp, but I would love to see Lunzeko, man. Milna walking into Karthus.
Yeah, he has his ultimate available, but doesn't have a lot of mana. Gets to knock up with Unstoppable and First Blood to don't ban Nida.
Alright, so that was definitely an over aggression on Velia's part. He thought that he could find Syndra. However, I actually see now why he went for it, because Shambles was pushing an incredibly large minion wave in that top lane. So Velia thought, okay, I have the priority in top lane, mid lane, yeah, he's already here. Let's go kill him. But Malphite rotated there regardless. He did give up his big minion wave for it, as bot lane now slots into top lane. And I'm unable
He
to
got away
get
with the
in there.
whimsy there. Has his flash available if he needs it as well. Cask not yet available for don't ban Nida, so not in too much trouble in that top side. Requiem now available for Veya, so that global pressure is now present, but with just the runic echoes available to this Karthus, not going to be doing a huge amount of damage. And even when he was really fed in the first game that we saw him playing this Karthus, he really didn't actually get to do that much with his ultimate.
He didn't, because there were so many shields, and there were also lamps or spide, as well as a chrono shift on the other team. That's actually not here. That's not on the Absolved lineup. So the only way that these players can protect themselves from a Requiem would be with a Guardian's Angel or Zonias or Banshees. And those are pretty costly when you think about that. So
You go stopwatch.
you could go stopwatch, but that's just one-time use.
It's still 600 gold though. Yeah.
Yeah, and so if Valia manages to snowball himself, then the game can be blown wide open for Split Raiders to take it. However, so far he's just been farming up, as the Karthus is meant to do. The Manida has achieved one successful gank thus far, so it's not too far-fetched that Split Raiders catch up. But the potential is there, and now it's up to them to only take it.
Split Raiders have eked out a slight gold lead from themselves, about 600 gold now in the lead, mostly through the CS in the mid and top. So mostly actually just the Lulu
Yeah.
and the jungle.
I mean,
It takes
AP
some
Lulu
power
is going
plays
to be
here.
able to just bully this Malphite down, just because like AP Lulu, you wouldn't think it, but she actually does hurt when she hits you with all of her abilities. Like, it chunks Malphite for like 500 HP or like 400 HP at a time, which is quite a lot. So he cannot really afford to approach the wave that much, and so as a result, he's been losing out many of these creeps. But we pointed this out in the game where Awaken was on the Cho'Gath. It's not about killing the opponent, it's about being useful to your team when you're playing a tank.
And when you are on this Malphite, you just team fight ult, get a knock up onto 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 members, and you're just onto the Karthus there. Person picks it up, but you're just putting this Karthus behind again and again. This is what we said in Champion Select. This is exactly what we expected.
Yeah, we expected Velia to not be able to do anything, just because Dunbanita he gets the pressure from mid lane, he gets the pressure from bot lane, and he's just able to invade very often. I think that is an understatement. And so far he's done it twice. And
Is it gonna get the charge? It's gonna get the charge at
Yes!
17 health. It goes down to 6. You just needed to hit one more ult from Electric God to get it. That shouldn't have been able to happen.
it shouldn't have been, but I think that Split Raiders have bigger issues right now to kind of wrap their heads around. For example, this 20 CS deficit in the bot lane. Mid lane is actually going pretty...
Essence Reaver already completed.
Yeah, Essence Reaver has been finished. Kog'Maw, I don't think he's even close to finishing his first item.
Nope, he just goes with his Berserker Braves double dagger.
I mean, that's a nice spike, but you know, it's Kog'Maw, so he's not going to be relevant just yet until he finishes that Rage Blade, and even then, he'll still be struggling to find impact in the...
Yeah, he still needs to get 2, 3, 4 items before he actually starts to pump out even as much damage as Lager can do in this early stage.
And here is the issue. In the current meta, you cannot afford that. Look at what's happening. You already have 2 Drakes under your control. Person jumps in now.
Yeah, Velocity tags onto 2, will be stunned up though. Ignite goes down, as that's the teleport in by Awaken. So just almost styling on them at this point. Even though it's only 2 kills, they're just invading into the jungle, perpetually putting them out of their own jungle, forcing them away from their own towers too. So they can just get this Demolish stack down, get extra gold from these tower plates, and 1,500 is the gold lead. Even though it feels like as if the gold lead is even greater than that.
It might not be just the gold lead that is the big distinguishing factor. It's just with how much control Absolved are playing. They aren't taking anything from. They aren't taking anything from anyone at this point. And the big kind of turning point in this game, I feel like, will be this mid lane turret. When it falls, it will allow Absolved to go into the enemy jungle unimpeded. And given how kind of weak Split Raiders are right now, and given how they have to wait for the Kog'Maw to catch up on items with the Xayah, they aren't going to be able to really step up to Absolved. So when this lack of the mid lane turret, Absolved are just going to be able to run rampant through your jungle more so than they have already been able to.
Vanguard's Edge goes down onto Person. He wants to go onto Laggard though, as the Flawless Duet is looking for it to connect. Uses the quickness, jumps forward from the Braum. Will tag the Q onto Laggard. He has the ultimate. We'll get the flash away too.
4 members in the mid lane just to try and take something away from Absolved. They don't achieve anything, and so they give up pressure in the bot lane and top lane, where Kog'Maw is getting dove. Nothing you can do about that.
No, he is just a squishy little Kog'Maw. We'll get the pick onto Don't Bad Nintendo.
Go for it!
Yeah, use his stopwatch belly bop. We'll just
He did
finish
bop.
him off with his summonary.
He did bop.
He should bop along to that jazzy note.
Yeah, he was popping. Jesus Christ.
But if we zoom back out a little bit and take a look at the itemization from Split Raiders, yet to pick up a full item on any of the carries. I mean, you have Ardent Sensor on Shambles, but he's more a supportive role, even though he has a lost chapter to his name. Building towards that Wit's End for Nazgul on this Aurelia, yet to be able to pick up a full item on this Kog'Maw either, building towards that Rage Blade. And then you have 1.5 items on Lagger, 1.5 items almost on Emil as well. He has that Lune's Echo completed, and he has his Sorcerer's Shoes, so
Yeah.
they're looking pretty good at this point, even though it's only a 2,300 gold lead. But they have 2 towers taken to nothing, and they have 2 Drakes taken to nothing.
Exactly, it's the objective control that Absolved are great at, and they're looking to make that even more apparent as they now focus on that Herald. Bonakai and Velia might try to find something that's... Oh my god.
Yeah, that's what happens when you let Syndra through the draft.
Jesus Christ.
Yep. 1 item Syndra almost destroyed Veya. Haven't seen 1 Requiem yet. He hasn't gotten any stacks of Dark Harvest that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
I have to check with our producer on that one, but
He
yeah,
does.
he has no stacks of Dark Harvest. Looking dicey, and they looked for this as their last pick. Last pick in Karthus?
Yeah.
I mean, they must have thought that would do something more.
Possibly didn't expect to get Karthus in a matchup where he has every single lane losing. Outside of top lane, surprisingly.
No, they saw exactly
Yeah.
what Absolved had picked. The entire draft was put through from Absolved when they picked the Karthus. They knew exactly what they were playing into.
I really would appreciate more something along the lines of Lee Sin, or even Nidalee in that case, or Elise, as you pointed out. Unfortunately, the Karthus is what Split Raiders are stuck here with, and they're just giving up so much pressure all over the map because they cannot step up to their Absolved counterpart because they don't have the items necessary. Kog'Maw has finished the Rage Blade, but it's not going to do that much compared to the Xayah's Essence Reaver, to Syndra's Luden's Echo. And another point, Syndra has one item with 0 kills, and she was able to 100-0 Karthus with one combo.
Now, almost. He had about 5%,
Yeah.
10% health left. This Karthus is not finding any purchase in this game. Kog'Maw, very same. And this is Nazgul's signature pick. It is his Aurelia. And he can't find anything. He's behind by a wave and a half, almost 2 waves. Yes, he is against the Syndra that has a range advantage, but when you have the Blade of the Rune King now completed, you kind of have to think, you have to be able to find something.
Yeah, you do. And it was an unfortunate set of circumstances because he doesn't really have anything to play around. He was trying to go for trades with the... Okay, I'm going to... Oh god.
Well, the weak does connect, and yeah.
Or not.
Ooh, it's good stun. Flash away. We'll get him safety.
Oh!
Underneath the tower. Nazgul, one more
no.
hit. No!
Ooh.
Requiem will finish him off.
There we go. Finally.
First stack of Dark Harvest. They're back in it, boys.
Hey, 1 stack, baby. Alright, so Karthus gets his first stack on the board. We were talking about how Nazgul has to start finding these picks, and he definitely did try and pick one up on Awaken. He almost succeeded. However, he left it to Karthus to pick it up. Not because he would want to.
What's going on to Don't Ban Netta, but Person is there. Has the cask, has the flash, has the belly bop available. Get the blast plan over the wall. Person's still hunting for it. Lager is nearby, hitting the face with Skittle.
And right now, it might seem like Split Raiders, it seems that they have so much damage, like on the Karthus, like he was almost able to 1v1 Don Banita because he caught him out in his jungle. But the issue is, there are no objectives for Absolved to play around right now. They have taken all the outer turrets, so given that they still are a relatively scaling team with the Xayah, they are waiting. They're waiting for the dragon to spawn. They're waiting for the Baron to spawn as well. And as soon as they take that Ocean Soul, things are going to start kind of accelerating at a pace that I'm unsure if Split Raiders can really keep up with. Right now, Absolved are happy with just scaling because they know they can afford to. Sure, you have a Kog'Maw on the enemy team, so you might say, but no, you cannot wait forever, and you can, but you can wait for Xayah to hit her second item because she's always going to be stronger than the Kog'Maw, and then you can start wreaking havoc.
Almost at that Infinity Edge point. You only have a Negatron Cloak building towards what could be the Wit's End, unless he wants to go for the Blade of the Rune King, but they've caught out Lager. He will use the Feather Storm to get the safety, just buy himself a little bit of space, but out comes the Glacial Fissure. Bandita will manage to get away even through the exhaust. Vanguard's Edge connects onto the Malphite, gonna zoom through the team, but Awaken is into the backline. He is exceptionally tanky at this point. We'll trade 1 for 1 so far. Electric God gonna try and get a meal. Will miss the Winter's Bite there. Person almost going down as well. Requiem not quite up. We'll be up in about another 5 seconds or so. Might be able to finish off Person. If he challenges it now, he will get Dobanida. 1. Emil. Not gonna fall just yet. Picks.
Oh boy.
Rom, come on. You need to just hit one more ultimate. Looking forward. Will have managed to find him. Looking for a sec. Will also find that double kill for the Kog'Maw. Are they going Baron? The answer seems to be yes.
And once again, we think that we know what's going on. We think that Absolved have this one in the bag, that Split Raiders cannot respond in any way. And then they do. Then they find one scrappy team fight. They initiate S5 onto 3. Absolved aren't ready for it. Nazgul finds a good flank, and it's all but blown wide open. Split Raiders get the Baron, and the Drake isn't even up. So Absolved do not have anything to respond with to this play.
They are definitely back in it. They are 3 Drakes down, 3 towers down, but they are up by 500 gold. All of that gold has been funneled into the Karthus and the Kog'Maw. He come back and presumably pick up most, if not all, of his Wit's End item, or maybe towards his Blade of the Rune King. If he wants to go that direction, he will finish off his Wit's End, just because he is playing against an AP jungler and an AP mid laner. So it's good to have that, and it also provides extra healing too. They have to try and contest this Drake that spawns in the next 25 seconds because it is soul point. Don't want to give an Ocean Soul over to Absolved.
You definitely don't. If you do, your odds are still going to be stacked against you. However, you now have the 3 and 2 Karthus with a lot more Dark Harvest stacks than he used to. He does have the Runic Echoes with the Oblivion Orb and the Needed Large Rod, and given that no one outside of Malphite have built strictly magic resist just yet, he will be bursting through the lines.
Vanguard's Edge goes in, he's into the back line, he picks off Emil. Can they find anything else? Person is so low here, but Awaken is onto the back line himself. Vea picks up a first kill of the fight.
Oh.
Electricon also picks one up, and Absolved are being melted, torn through by the STR lineup. Lager buys time by going golden, but that's the ace. They will get the Ocean Drake.
Split Raiders, they do it again. They weren't meant to do this. They weren't supposed to be able to do this. And yet again, they find another great team fight around that Ocean Drake. They deny the Ocean Soul from Absolved. They take 5 more kills to their name. And they now push into the inner turrets as Electric God takes the mid lane one.
We thought that the early game from Absolved was so good. They were ahead by 2,500 gold. Now they're behind by 4,000 gold. It is looking pretty good for STR at this point. 2 items on their Kog'Maw sitting at 4, 1, and 5. That Rally is doing pretty good herself, almost at that wit's end point. 2 sitting at 2, 1, and 5. Just picked that up. So we'll have a lot of attack speed, a lot of healing, and can just mince through Absolved. Maybe they can rinse and repeat and do that again.
Yeah, Nazgul has been playing just outside of his mind in this game. That was the second great flank that he managed, or that wasn't even a flank. He just ran at them with a great
Yeah,
Vanguard.
just went in with the Vanguard's Edge and then Blade Surge.
And if he can keep on doing this time and time again, the slow that it provides and the fact that Aurelia is very disgusting if in the right hands, this can turn the game to their favor. Or sorry, it already has turned the game to their favor. Baron buff now expires on the members of the Split Raiders, as it's just scary with seeing Nazgul step so far forward, because you know that he's able to blow up anyone.
I think it's worth mentioning as well that they have the Braum and Aurelia for that frontline engage, and when you have to deal with a 2-item Aurelia with the Wit's End of Blade of the Rune King doing so much damage, you cannot focus on the Karthus who's squishy, you cannot focus on the Kog'Maw who's squishy with 3 items now with that Runan's Hurricane completed, so they get to free fire with the Skittles, with the Requiem. He has 10 stacks on his Dark Seal, so he's pumping out the damage. So if you can't just destroy this Aurelia, then everyone's just gonna free fire on you and you're just gonna lose this fight. Flashes forward and misses the Vanguard's Edge, but you get the flash out of the low mobility control mage in a meal lull.
Yeah, exactly, and it's a really difficult team fight that Absolved have to fight now because of what you said, because they have to contend with such a large front line of Split Raiders. Because now Awakening gets caught out, he's just going to die here.
Nothing he can do. He can't flash away on time. He could have maybe gotten to the wall and then maybe managed to get the flash over, but concussive blows stacked and he was stopped in his tracks. He doesn't have a QSS or a cleanse. They're just gonna strong arm this bottom lane in. Karthus in the middle lane, he's just gonna push in the wave.
Yeah, Karthus is just pushing away, just like the rest of his raiding compatriots in the bot lane. Now finally Absolved come to mount some pressure in this lane, but it's only after the inner turret has been taken out. And I want to point our viewers' eyes at the item discrepancy that has been created in the AD carries.
Yeah.
We were talking about how Lager was going to come online sooner than Kog'Maw. And somehow, Kog'Maw had 3 items before Xayah reached 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great point you're making there, because it was 1.5 items for Lager to the 1 item from Electric God.
Yeah.
And in the time that Lager has finished off his 2nd item, Electric God picked up 2. That's what such a massive ejection of gold with assists and kills into a Kog'Maw does.
Exactly.
And he's mincing through everyone with this attack speed on hit build where his Runan's Hurricane will also apply on hit effects.
And you also have the Lulu with the Ardent Sensor, so this Kog'Maw really does start to hurt. And at this point, Absolved are locked in an incredibly difficult fight. They have to find a good flank, they have to find a good Malphite ulti, and they have to utilize the Gragas to its fullest potential. Now, as we are shown here by our lovely producer, they don't see anything. They're going in absolutely blind.
They can't do this. It's level 15 to level 12. The smite is.
He stole
my
it!
God, he stole it! This is disastrous! We just said he couldn't do it! 3-level difference! The Requiem isn't gonna do enough! Next to no damage! They're gonna find the team fight win! They take off 4! Shambles has to run his way away! That is disastrous for Split Raiders!
And Don Bandita, he comes up clutch in the right moment. That's exactly what I meant, that they had to use the Gragas. They had to use the Malphite ulti. They get several man of knock-up. They get the Baron buff, and now they're going to be getting that Ocean Soul as well. And the game is back in the Absolved's control as a hospital car just runs past my house for some reason. Okay.
It's an ambulance passing by because Split Raiders definitely need one after that fight. Oh, don't Bandita just
Look at that sexy man as it's paused.
Steal. I don't even know like
What's going on?
I don't know. We seem to have a pause, but I mean it was a 3-level difference between the junglers.
Yeah. And he still does it.
I think that Vaya just didn't smite.
It's
just
possible.
He must have thought that because of the level difference, Dope Bandita wouldn't bother trying to steal it.
Or possibly he wasn't expecting so much damage to just come through. Remember, this is an AP Gragas that we're talking about. With the explosive cask, with his belly bop, and with the smite, there is so much burst damage coming down on top of the Baron that Velia just could not react to
But with
in
a
time.
3-level lead, there's so much of a difference between the smites.
I know, and now we're going to be going into the replay and just look at
Please
this.
slow-mo, please slow-mo. 3 health.
3 health.
3 health.
The legendary 3 health smite coming down from the legendary jungler of the Absolved
Oh, he
lineup.
did smite. He smited it to 3 health.
Yeah, he did.
Oh.
And then Gragas took it.
That is so sad and
Amazing at the same
Absolved are
time,
just-
right?
Absolved are just back in this game now.
Yeah, they
They've
really
Ocean
are.
Soul, they've Baron buff. You just need to try and clear these waves, but all of your wave clear will be on this Kog'Maw, pretty much.
And we enter an incredible state of limbo that I haven't seen in a competitive game in this meta or in this split just yet. Both of these teams have scaling compositions, and they have so much damage to go around across several different carries. They both have pretty much even gold right now, 1k ahead for Split Raiders. They both have engaged tools, and so it comes down only to the execution. And it comes down to one big team fight of Absolved or Split Raiders. Whoever takes it will take the entire team fight, or they'll take the team fight, they'll take the game, the series, and will be heading into the finals of our league.
It is on a knife's edge at this point. Literally 300 gold between the two teams. 3.5 minutes until Elder Drake spawns. It is do or die for both of these teams. Kog'Maw sitting at 6-2 and 6. Very far behind now against his lane opponent Zaya. 2,000 gold in the pocket of that 80 carry. What will he decide to itemize towards? 2,000 gold between the mid laners as well. Black
Three
Fever
items now finished on a
by
meal.
Nazgul. Yeah, he has 3 items. He's just gonna tear through this Kog'Maw.
And right now,
they
oh,
pick
this is
off?
dangerous.
Wall of
Okay.
Pain. Decide to back away. Don't
It's
go
just so
in where they have no vision.
It's just such a tense situation right now. Split Raiders are grouping together because they realize that their strength is in their team fight. Excuse me. Of course, they do have the Aurelia, but they cannot afford a single mistake right now. We said that a single mistake in the early game could cost one team the game, and that it hasn't been more prevalent than right now. So the teams are just grouping together, moving as a unit. You do have the Clouds, the Ocean Soul that will be helping out the lineup of Absolved in their upcoming fight, as well as the Baron buff that has now expired.
1 minute and a half until the Baron spawns. Just over 2 minutes until the Elder Dragon spawns. You have a GA on the Xayah, and oh my god, Bonakai. At this stage of the game, you cannot afford to be caught out like that. 35 seconds until he comes back up. It's a 4 versus 5 now. They're just going to strong arm this middle lane. They don't have the Baron buff, but they have a decent amount of siege with the Xayah Rakan.
It's so unfortunate, but this is what I said before the series even started. Bonakai, he makes these aggressive wards and he makes these missteps, and they can cost him the game now. 5v4. What is it? Like 10 more seconds on Braum. Next turrets are going down. They have to do something.
Vanguard's edge. This is a desperation fight for Split Raiders. Vega has to get himself away with the flash. Will manage to defend their base for the time being. Looking for an opening here. They need to get onto the carries. They need to get onto Emil Lull. They need to get onto Lagger. Goes forward with the Blade Surge. Pulling the wave. Baron just about to spawn.
Oh no.
Death Rush this. They have no vision.
But all of the important ultimates are still up for the members of Absolved. You still have the Cask, you still have the Quickness from Rakan, as well as the Unstoppable Onslaught.
Pops the Predator, goes forward, flash, cast, knocks back, ultimate from the top fight is good. Lagger goes and picks up the first kill of the fight. Requiem, can it do enough? Look at the health bars, it just turns the fight completely. Lagger is the only one alive. In comes the teleport into the base. The minions have taken down the tower already. Nazgul, can he finish it off? Lagger goes to the GA. Can he pick anyone off before he dies? That is a no. Fat shutdown goes over to the Kog'Maw. TP into the base. STR finally did it. Look at the death timers. They do not care about tower shots today. They're going to take the first Nexus tower, go onto the second. They have the rest of the team to help them out. That was a heck of a series, but in the end, Split Raiders demolish Absolved and make their way to the final versus SPX.
And in the end, it was the player who always gave way to his more flashier teammates. The guy that always played safe, the Ezreal, the one who was just farming. Electric God comes up clutch in the final team fight of the series and propels Split Raiders, who started out as a middle of the pack team, into the finals of our league, and they will now be facing Sparks Esports for the title. I don't think we could have asked for a better story.
It was the Requiem from Vea that completely turned that last team fight. It was going in favor of Absolved. And the Requiem dealt so much damage. It almost one-shot 2-3 members of Absolved. We're going to get a replay, I think, of that last team fight.
All right, so what we will see here is that Gragas ults Karthus into his entire team. Now, you're standing in the middle of a Karthus ulti, and yeah, the health bars, they just dissipate. It's the late game Karthus, Requiem falls, and Electric God was in the meantime in the backline being peeled for by the rest of his teammates. He was able to dish out so much damage, and together with the Karthus, they find the ultimate fight after losing one of their Nexus turrets, and they take the game. This was such an incredibly tense series.
It was such a tense series. We went to all 5 games, and this last game, it wasn't a stomp from either side. It was down to one team fight win. But my god, it was a great series to watch.
It really was, and it makes me just so excited for the finals, because this is not the final that we expected. I think no one expected this final, and so we'll be seeing Split Raiders with this form against Sparks, who also showed up, against NSG, and who's going to come out on top? I genuinely cannot tell you.
Both teams ended their series with a TP into the base. to finish it off. And I think everyone was expecting, or at least most people were expecting, an Absolved NSG final
Yeah. And
with
in the end,
Sparks versus Split Raiders. I don't think
Yeah.
anyone predicted that.
I think there might have been like two people, and one of them is Reed because like he has been trolling his entire predictions. But this time around, it
I'm actually
worked
gonna
out.
have a look at the staff predictions and see if anyone predicted both.
If
because-
anyone predicted it, they are a time traveler. So,
Right. Let's see. There is SPX versus Black Lions. Yeah, a couple of people went for the 2-0 for SPX, and then Split Raiders. One.
Wait, who did?
Yeah, but I'm looking for people that predicted perfectly for both. But no, not perfectly for both.
Probably no one.
So, the Sarge, he predicted 2-0 for SPX. He got that right. He predicted STR to win versus LC, but he predicted 2-0 and it was a 2-1. So he's the one with the most right so far. But he predicted Absolved.
Well, so probably no one.
But several people, CJ, I think that's Milky as well, and Docta predicted 3-2 for STR today.
Well,
but no one predicted, STR and then STR and SPX.
nobody. I don't think anyone expected this, and which is what makes me even more excited for the finals that we are going to be having. Now, we are soon going to be having an interview, and it's going to be Bonakai, the support from the victorious side of Split Raiders. Unsure who is going to be the interviewer rather than interviewee.
That's going to be a really interesting interview, I think. I think it'll be really interesting to hear.
Yeah, I do agree. And I'm unsure how long it'll take us.
Yeah, I think we're going to go to a quick break while we sort out the interview.
Oh, never mind. They're already ready.
The victor. Oh, they're already ready. All right, we're going to go straight to the interview.
All right.
Alright, hello and welcome. After this short break, we have a post-game interview. I'm Kachka, joined by Bonakai, and oh my god, that was a series and a half, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It truly was.
And I mean, I guess the first question is, how does it feel to be taking down Absolved? Were you confident coming in? Did you expect the match to go that way? Or maybe did you even expect it to be easier for you? Or like, basically talk me through your perspective on this semifinal.
To be honest, I was expecting anything but this. Like, truly, I was expecting anything but this. They played really, really well. Props to them for the great 5 games that we played. So, what should I say? I was expecting a win, yes, but we kind of trolled in game 4 with the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of it. We won at the end. Our expectations are met. We're gonna win it all.
All right,
Probably.
well, yeah, I mean, yeah, that actually does sort of tie into the next question. How do you feel your chances are against Sparks? Because I guess if I asked you that question 3 weeks ago at the end of the regular season, you would say pretty good. But now after they have taken NSG, it looks like the final is going to be pretty damn high.
To be completely honest with you, I think Absolved was the strongest team besides us. NSG was like kind of third. With the mid laner, without the Dano. So, I don't know. I think we will win the finals for sure as well.
All right, well, actually, that is a really interesting insight that you give about Absolved. And now, hold on, I'm just trying to collect my thoughts. So, you guys have been going on a pretty big sort of winning streak through, the middle of the split, continuing all the wins. Now it was a game 5. Do you still feel like you've got the momentum coming into your finals?
Yeah, for sure. We were really hyped in the game 5. especially with that last team fight where I fucked up and face checked the Syndra on mid lane.
Yeah.
That was really, really hyped. I can say that much for the finals.
All right, and I mean, you don't need to answer this question because obviously, it will. I mean, you'll see. So, 5 games, you've shown so many different things. Do you have anything more for us to see in the finals to be excited about?
Yes, for sure.
All right. Well, I think I can just leave it on that. So thank you very much for your time. And of course, congratulations on
Thank you.
beating Absolved in the semifinal, booking your tickets to the finals. But I think it's up to me to close off this stream. So thank you all for watching very much those semifinals. We will see you next week, starting on Saturday at this Twitch channel at 2 p.m. for the third place decider, and then on Sunday for the finals. So make sure you catch us then. But for now, have a good night.